And we're live.
And we're live, coming to you from the Cayman Islands.
Friday, Friday, Friday.
Friday, Friday, Friday. Is
Saturday, Saturday, Saturday.
fuck.
I don't know what day it is. What day is it?
It's Friday for me. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
me
really
too.
that. I'm living East Coast time. I'm not in the future or anything.
That'd be kind
Not
of sweet,
presently.
though.
Huh?
That'd be kind of sweet if you were.
You fucking. This is me telling all of you you're about to die in an atomic holocaust in 1 minute, and
Damn.
it's like what? That would kind of suck. You like live 1 minute ahead in the future in front of everybody else.
What
It's
is
like
this?
the evil. It's like the Langoliers or something like that from the Stephen King's.
Wow. Stephen King.
Yes, the master of horror.
He's quite the writer.
Well, his writing touches on Lovecraft and some more complex conceptualizations of the world. In that, there are things beyond sight and sound that exist beyond our limited senses, and that they have a real effect on the realities that we live in. So we were discussing that Dr. Livingston sometimes has stuff that he approaches, and then he
Mm-hmm.
really goes around. And I
Mm-hmm.
understand, because if he was to touch upon it, it would be so incredulous so as to totally disqualify him. Because when you get to the part about the wizard, it gets really weird. Now,
Black
but
Sabbath?
no,
No,
no, what
or
Black
isn't it?
Sabbath? No, although that is also another weird one.
Yeah.
That there's apparently a heretical group of Jews that practice a form of
Is
"do
it
as thou will." They're
is that
they're
like
they're
the American adaptation or the
yeah.
actual like biblical application?
That's the Anton LaVey fuck it, Satanic Bible nice guy version of it. But like he did like a softcore version of the Black Sabbath. But like the guy who would throw the party apparently would like go, I want you to go and commit like the most horrible sin that you can, and then they would do
That's
it.
nice. That seems like
Yeah.
real wholesome partying right there.
Oh yeah, it was like hardcore incest, that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
Um,
Just some casual night out. No
yeah,
big deal. We're just
yeah. What'd you do? It was a Friday night, so I went to temple to worship, and then it turned into this weird orgy.
oh,
And
I just
well, hey, listen.
chilling.
As it happens, these things occur, right? And this guy apparently took like half of Europe with him. They're like, yeah, I like this guy. Let's listen to him.
Whew,
Do it. Yeah,
whew. Was he the Pope?
yeah, in a way. His name is Sabati Zavai, and he claimed to be the first Antichrist, or he claimed to be the
Hmm.
Antichrist.
We touched on him
Yeah,
the other episode, but yeah.
yeah. When I asked a rabbi about him, the rabbi refused to speak to me about it and pretended to not know what I was talking about.
Oh.
Yeah. The guy's like 6 slides and 8,000 years of Jewish history, one slide at a time.
Mm.
I love that series. It's hilarious.
What is it?
Oh, it's just like this. It's just like this, like little Jew school, like when you're a little kid to go and you study these things so you can go and pass your exams and congratulations. You're a man. I don't know. It's not my culture. I don't give a shit.
Is it like the Juilliard Arts Academy?
Is there? I would guess so.
The
You could
School of
say
Juilliard Arts?
the. I would say more of like the Rhodes Scholars. So it's a
Okay.
road. Okay.
Okay.
So I mean, what it was accepted as and what it became are different concepts. But I think guys like Epstein kept traditions alive, if you know what I mean.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That's a cliffhanger.
tradition. So
We got so much dark comedy going on. That's
I'm dark today. So
that is that is whew.
so I'm go- so I'm so peep different things mean different things to different people. One of these concepts, they're more advanced concepts within Kabbalah about like the nature of the universe or they have like this incredibly comic book fan fiction is the best way I can describe it. It's
like
comic
a multiverse kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Because I know like the MCU does like the multiverse dimensional kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and then
all things exist in God's mind.
Yeah, but what do they call it in like the DCU? It's more of like the
garbage
dimensions.
Garbage. DC Universe always garbage. The only thing ever good about DC is their animations, and I'm glad that they're not disappointing me on that assertion. Though lately the quality of their animations has been decreasing. It's like that stage DC animation when they sent when the Super Friends got all blocky.
Oh man,
you know what I'm talking about? Like that Korean.
Those are some good times.
Yeah, Korean prison labor population animation kind of stuff. For glorious leader, you must make cartoon.
Oh,
American
glorious.
Media Machine.
Oh, glorious. You got to whip them into shape.
South Korea. South Korea was ran by a horrible dictator that was like.
I thought it was North.
No, both.
But also South, yeah.
Both. In the United States, in Europe, after we defeated the Soviets, after we defeated the Nazis, we fortified the unions and social labor programs over there because we understood that in order to resist communism, you had to give people a good level of lifestyle. All right, you had to give them satisfactory compensation. All right, over in America, where most Americans don't travel and they don't communicate, and then they would block it out of their minds. All right, they don't practice that. They are, for some strange reason, been taught to hate unions, that unions are corrupt. When the funny thing is, it's the guys who run the show now that used to run the unions that were corrupt. You know, the legitimized branches of the mafia. So,
well, you had a whole bunch of that stuff. I mean, Detroit's riddled with that. I mean, that's so deeply entrenched in what it was in the auto industry. I mean, we were just so used to that around here. I mean, the culture is just.
I had to explain to people when I worked over at in South Florida, the community's vehemently anti-communist for some reason. So, like any talk of anything that is deviant from what the people in leadership say is judged to be socialist and fascist. This includes expenditure in public school programs.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's intense.
These people are. You should send your kids to a religious school. All right.
That's not a bad thing. Depends.
Man,
I know it depends on.
It really is. Secular education. Sorry. Maybe I'm playing that word incorrectly. Religious education and dogmatic indoctrination is a bad thing. It really is. All right. I mean, it still can produce a great mind. I'm not saying that it can't. All right. I'm just saying that what are the qualifications for a person to be a theologian in the United States and start up a religious organization?
Money.
You know? Money. Okay, money. We've established money and connections. All right, or good marketing and advertising.
Well, I mean, good marketing and advertising help anything. I mean, look what they did with fentanyl. I mean, same concept, right?
Yeah, I remember listening to the radio in the 1990s when young Ron and the other guy spoke about that, and they said, "Oh yeah, look, you can take small amounts of this," and they said that it's non-addictive according to this new study. It was like, I had a friend whose family was in radio. All right, guess what? And he would tell me, it's like, yeah, I would get call-ins to go from relatives to call in for the contest to win. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. You know, contests are rigged. Okay. Okay. It's like people are. When one of my kids ended up working in journalism, and he explained to me what embedded journalism is. Like when he was blown up in Iraq, so we'll write slanted stories. and how when he started managing magazines that, you know, the message sent out to the zeitgeist. You know, people would pay to have articles written about them so they could do marketing and advertising. So I'm listening
Yeah,
to
well,
this
I
guy
mean,
on the radio.
it's just another way to market, so self
Yeah.
promote.
Yeah. So I'm listening to this thing in Miami on the radio going to school in the 90s, and the guy says that. I was like, are they trying to turn everybody into a heroin addict? Because I already knew heroin addicts at that age.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like 16 years old, 17 years old, and I knew kids that were actual fucking junkies that snorted heroin in South Florida called VW because it hits you like a small bus.
Ah,
Yeah.
huh.
So the message was sent out to people to purposely turn them into addicts.
Mm-hmm.
This is a method of war
Mm-hmm.
against the society, a form of eugenics.
Mm-hmm.
We did it to China. We knew it.
Mm-hmm.
That the Statler family and those that helped them knew exactly what was going to happen. There was a doctor that my mother was dating at the time. He was an alcoholic. We picked him up off of his feet, you know, got him off the street, helped him get back into practice again. Like alcoholism fucked him that much up, right? And this gym, yeah. And he asked us. He goes, they asked me if I wanted to sell the people prescriptions, that they give me $350 every time I sign somebody up for the first time. This is a doctor who's being approached by pharmaceutical representatives for incentive programs to get people to use drugs.
Yeah, so they can turn around and turn them inside out and turn a profit.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing with the jab. I mean, look at that. But I'm sorry. The remedy for the unspecified virus of unspecified origin.
The virus was seemingly more and more cooked up in a lab in China. All right,
China. Keyword. You got unspecified virus of unspecified origin.
Our 50 Cent army dispatched to go and censor your show, and all 6 of our viewers.
It rhymes with not 20. It's one below 20.
Huh?
It's one below 20. And that's the temperature. That's the temperature outside.
It's cold.
Yeah,
it's about 80 degrees outside right now where I'm at.
Wow, yeah. That's nice. That's why I'm jealous of your shirt.
God, yeah,
that's a wicked shirt.
Thanks, man. I love this shirt too. I got this thing it's covered in pineapples and stuff like that. I knew but didn't know that it was just going to be a swinger symbol.
Yeah.
And damn, I could just sit down and not move.
Isn't that some esoteric shit right there? Once you find that out, I was like, I really like pineapples, and then somebody like popped up around the corner. They're like, "Oh, you really like pineapples?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do." What's all of a sudden? What is this about? He's like, "You know what that means, right?" And I was like, "That means I really like pineapples."
How do you like pineapples?
What the hell does that mean? I'm like, what are you trying to get at, bro? I'm like. He's like, "You really like pineapples?" And I was like, "Why are we having this conversation?"
Of course, pineapples are awesome. They're the king of fruits.
I was like, "Why are we having this such an awkward conversation about a fruit?" I like apples too. I mean, like, what do you want from me? Do you think I'm part horse because I like apples? Like, what's up with that?
Red apples, green apples. That's a joke about strippers.
Yeah.
A stripper will like whatever you like.
Yeah, I've heard that one too. I've heard the apple joke. That one's a classic though. If you don't know that one, you're not.
I dated this one girl. She was a gypsy from Bulgaria or something like that.
Holy, okay, an Eastern European.
She was raised in the United States by her parents. She had only attended maybe like 3 or 4 years of public school. This girl was fucking. She was hot. She made $1,200 a night as a stripper.
Oh my god! Wow,
yeah, that's a lot of money.
That's not a long-term career, but
I explained that to her. I'm like, baby, right now you're wasting all of your time and the money that you're making on studio time, like, listen to what you're doing. The world's not ready for you yet. It's like she would have been like ahead of Doja Cat and like, the other current like crop of stripper musicians.
Cardi B.
Yeah. Cardi B eating Boston Market in the street. I met her in New York when she was when she was a stripper.
Is she she's not technically, they like to sell her off as like something that's not African American. She's like Caribbean, but not Caribbean.
Her family are
Afro.
like Middle Eastern descent. There's a lot of
Okay.
she's like mixed. There are a lot of Lebanese in the area too.
Oh,
all right.
That's weird. Because they like
Lebanese
say like
everywhere.
she's, I know, but like they say she's like Afro-Cuban too or something. Like they don't say like she's
Afro-Cuban. The ethnic, it's really, when it gets down to Cuba, it's weird. Okay, like this girl that I'm going to Cuba to see next week.
The
woman I'm supposed to marry.
Oh
God,
I don't practice Santeria. I ain't got no crystal ball.
If I had $1 million, why, I'd spend it all. So she is real.
That's a start. That's a good start.
Okay.
Have you FaceTimed her? Has she asked you about a Nigerian prince?
So she's 22 years old, right? Her ethnic background is like weird. It's her family, her grandfather or it was her great grandfather migrated in from France.
Okay.
And his name was Du Bois, right?
Oh.
Yeah. And so her family is like mixed race, right? Mm-hmm. And she's got like this weird religion that they practice down there, where it's like Catholic saints were identified with existing African religions.
Mm-hmm.
And so they make sacrifices unto these saints, hoping that will get the notice of God.
Yeah. I've one of my good buddies is really he's not into it, but he knows about it because he goes down to Mexico and the South America a lot, and he says it's a pretty South American kind of thing and Caribbean island kind of thing practice that they carried over from Catholicism.
Well, I have an opportunity. Yeah, another friend of mine invited me to go down to Brazil with her this summer to go and meet, like, she's from Brazil and her So to go and meet a shaman, to do an actual ayahuasca trip with a shaman.
Whoa.
Yeah. I done that shit. I did that shit. Yeah, I did that shit like once before. And I did it. It wasn't ayahuasca. I did Salvia divinorum. Have you ever tried that or heard of that?
I've never heard of it.
Okay. Salvia is this herb that the Native Americans would use in smoke lodge ceremonies. And they would throw a bunch of this stuff on the fire, and the whole room would get smoked up with this white sage. All right. And they would inhale it deeply. And what triggers an event where your brain dumps a bunch of DMT and the left and right hemispheres of your brain bridge, then you have a moment of communication while you're conscious with your unconscious mind.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And in this period of time, this other personality that is there but not there, right, has a conversation with you using symbolism as best it can. So it's like an interesting experience. I took one of my friends, Chaz, he's my cousin, and he was covered in tattoos, right? He's the proto hipster, right? this guy's like the pro.
Was he really?
Oh yeah, he was the thing that everybody like wants to be now is what Chaz was 20 years ago. Okay. So Chaz is the real deal, awesome musician kind of kid. All
Gotcha.
right, and he's got this like beautiful girlfriend named Ray Ray, and Ray Ray's got this golden blonde hair and these eyes, icy, piercing blue. I never wanted to stare too long at her because she was hot. It's like looking at the sun. Wow. And so Chaz is going nowhere in life really fast. And
spent too much money on tattoos.
no, well, he didn't think he had a future anymore because he had an argument with somebody.
That sucks.
They were in a fraternal organization, and he was not. And they said how they were going to ruin his life.
Like in college?
In the job place, in the workplace.
Oh.
Yeah, here on this island. Oh, I that's happened to me. I pissed off the wrong guy. I had cops coming and pulling me over pretty fucking much on the regular. Oh yeah.
That's the fraternal. I think I know it. Fraternal.
Okay. So it's like it's not just being cops. It's like Masonic lodges.
Yeah. It's all that.
Yeah, I pissed off a cult of Jehovah's Witnesses and told them I was the Antichrist in a roundabout way.
Man, I swear, a couple of years ago, some girls come to my door and they're like, "Do have you heard about Jesus?" And I'm like, "Who?" I pulled a Homer Simpson for a moment because I had to.
They were so hot.
No,
I played stupid.
Who? Yeah. Wait. Hey, you guys are looking for Jesus? Oh, he's down the street. Come on, you guys got to be quicker than that. Come on. And I go, no, I'm all set.
They came to my door one time with this like crack house that I'm living at with a bunch of my friends. It was our first apartment, and I'm the guy on the couch, right? And Chris Angara Basura has this room, Eric has this room, Chris has this room. We've got 3 rooms, 4 people. All right, I'm spending like $100 a month for rent. I don't give a shit. I looked at it as like keeping my friends alive and keeping an eye on them. And all these guys have been kicked out of their families' houses, and they've had to get this place together while they're starting college at the same time, and nothing goes right. So one of them turns into like a drug dealer. We ended up having a 14-year-old runaway living in the house with a tattoo on her neck. It's like, who the fuck has a tattoo on their neck? All right, it was like, this is 1994, man. You got a tattoo on your neck, you're a fucking felon. You're like,
you can't just do an arm like a regular good old fashioned mom tattoo.
No, she had a rose tattooed right on her fucking neck, and she was hot, and she had an inexplicable amount of LSD and of legendary backstory that should not ever be believed. So she was a cunning liar, and I appreciated her. So anyway, so we ended up losing the fucking house. And I totally lost my train of thought here.
You're going somewhere. I feel like you're going somewhere with this.
I was going somewhere talking about young adults and fucking up our lives and drugs.
Well, I mean, that's a recipe for success. Yeah. So who wouldn't want to talk about that?
All right. Chicane.
Drugs are bad.
Before that, though, we have to rewind that. Chicanery. I got really lost.
We got to rewind it.
Oh, the Mormons. Got it. Okay.
Okay. The door to door. Yeah. She's a salesman. Got it. Yeah.
So, the Mormons come to the door, and I'm like, "Oh, it's so nice to meet you people. Genuinely, come into my home." And Nikki walks around the corner, and she pulls up her shirt and flashes her tits at them.
Oh my god!
And then puts them back down and then walks away. Oh, oh man,
Were
that's
they
their
mortified?
mouths were like, and I'm like, come on inside. They're like, no, we gotta go. It's like billowing amounts of hot smoke coming out of the door.
Oh.
I really wanted to hear what they had to say.
No, wait, guys, wait.
Why are you running?
Yeah,
We
come
got
on.
girls. Come on.
Well, come on. I mean, like, well, you guys aren't a bunch of floozies, are you? You guys don't play for the other team, do you?
Nikki,
What's going on?
Nikki was down to clown. That girl was down for anything. The first time I met her was in a hot tub on Halloween 1993. It was cold in a full moon. Oh my God, what a good time! I was
Oopsie.
Yeah, I was nowhere near there. By the way, all right, I
Yeah, I
didn't
believe
have the
it.
nut to get in, and I was like, no, thank you. I know where your life is going.
Ooh,
God.
ooh. Sometimes it's better to know where it's going than where it's coming.
Oh well, dude. The next time I met her, when she was living in my apartment with me and my friends, and she ended up like moving in and jumping. I was like, all right, I'm gonna finally get with this. And then she ended up jumping on my friend Chris's dick with his girlfriend at the time, Stacy. And I was like, wow, I wasn't invited to that party either. Missed it. But that was a terrible crash landing for her also. No, she was working. She had gotten picked up by a police officer who
Mm.
was running home for wayward girls. That's right.
Oh,
There was
okay.
a cop pimping out teenage runaways.
That's messed up. A position of power.
That's Miami. That's Miami, dude. Miami is like den sin, right?
Yeah.
And
Well, you had one of the most infamous ones down there, so
yeah. Well, you mean Myers Lansky?
no, I mean the most recent one who had a Netflix documentary about him, and it
Oh,
ties back
Epstein.
to
Well,
the
yeah.
the Sabbatia
Well,
Zevi guy we were.
well, that's all actually all tied together. The mafia that runs Florida, that's related to Castro through marriage, they used
Mm-hmm.
to run Cuba also.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And these are like super elite families. And they've got like they are a kid in my family died recently. All right. And I didn't understand the nature of these things. And suddenly there's 41 fucking people at that event. Right. None of them have ever met the family of the child. They're just
Mm.
there to like make it their appearances and stuff like that. All
Mm.
right. These are Yeah, I find these things to be very strange.
That is bizarre.
Yeah, but this is how their culture works. I got, they can do these things. I would go out of my way to go to somebody else's funeral. The the That's so weird. So not even know the person, but
Yeah.
but the anyway. So these families that run Florida like that, okay, they helped traffic narcotics. They're part of like this intelligence network that ran through Central America and South America
Mm-hmm.
that worked with the CIA to do their clandestine operations. The CIA has been bringing in drugs and narcotics to the United States for quite a while.
You don't say.
Yeah,
Really?
exactly. I have a relative, if you Google this, Leigh, Lee, Ritch, Rich. And there's like In Too Deep or something like that. I'll plug his novel right there. Now, this guy um, ran drugs. I didn't really read much of his life story because, like, okay, I know some of these stories already. I know some of the
Mm-hmm.
people that were with these people. Oh, this is So I look at these things and I'm like, that man was a charming devil,
Yeah,
right?
silver tongue.
Dude, yeah, there's pictures of him partying with Motley Crue, right? He ended up marrying his jailhouse guard.
No,
Yeah, and had a kid and had a beautiful daughter with her.
wow.
Yeah, and some other things happen and stuff like that, but that's life, and everybody's happy. So the this like so when I look at it like this, the people that did these things or do these things for a living, this is how they apply their trade. Many people don't understand that there is just people that seemingly exist like this. They're incredibly wealthy through doing it. Like, these are dynastic families
Mm-hmm.
that control sugar. They're worth
Mm-hmm.
billions of dollars,
Mm-hmm.
right? They have exploitation of an entire nation's oil wealth without paying anybody there. And when Castro was fighting to liberate those people, he was liberating a peasantry that was 80+% illiterate. All right.
But he
And
was, but he was also a bastard communist. But
the concepts behind it were to make those people literate and to give them a better world. But the fucked up thing is that, uh, and it was a system that needed to be fought, is that the established families didn't want to see this power control. They
mm,
would say things. When I was a kid growing up, I remember the white Cubans being so fucking racist, and I couldn't understand it. They would say things like, "Oh, Castro gave the island to the blacks,"
mm-hmm.
and they would, and it's like the racism built within their society sets them aside to themselves. They don't regard white Cubans and people that regard themselves as white Cubans do not regard people of color as,
Other human beings.
yeah, all right. That's a faction of their society. There's a faction of the white society in America that exists like this too. There's
Mm-hmm.
a faction of the Jewish culture that exists like this too. There's a sea of hate in like everybody's heart and soul. But sometimes it's within that seed of hate that we do things that end up hurting our communities as well as other people's, like innocent children. So these people, as they endeavored to go and do these things, ended up introducing these drugs to their own people, all right, and polluting the shores of their country and degenerating our own nation. It's strange, how that all works.
Yeah.
And yet, when it's clearly apparent to me, I'm like, it makes me wonder. It's like, why have no steps been taken in all of this time to cease this, to have an open discussion about this?
Because they're making
And then
money.
this, yeah, while using a system of control over the population and degeneration of our society. They did this also to China. They brought China to its knees.
Well, if you think about, like you said about the journalists and all the clickbait stuff and all the outrage porn that's out there. Think about that as a form of control. Think about that as a form of,
Oh yeah,
you could say, mini tyranny in a way, because
and
they're
they control the group mind and the
yeah.
focus of the community eye.
Yep. And
What do
they're
you
trying
see
to
now?
create that and keep that feedback loop going of just rage.
Oh God. So there's a supervillain named Michael A. Aquino, PhD.
I thought it was going to be you because you said you were a supervillain last time.
Oh God, no! This guy is like, he's cool and fucking awful at the same time. All right. So
Yeah. Whew.
Eagle
Whew.
Scout, this Michael A. Aquino, PhD, retired Lieutenant Colonel, United States Army, Department of Psychological Operations.
He's a pedophile bastard.
You've all right. This is yeah. He's connected to like okay. I always wondered. I'm like tying this all together. Polluted communities. All
Okay.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Polluted
Psyops.
communities. This psyops guy. So my cousin is going terribly wrong in his life, and I go and I put him on this trip. No, and I had it. I had this vision that I was Barney Rubble. I was hanging out with Fred Flintstone. So
That's awesome. That's actually
yeah, Barney's got the nicer
that
car
sounds
and the
awesome.
hotter wife.
This doesn't sound like this is nothing that's bad about that. I love the Flintstones.
But yeah, man, Barney's got a good life. Who dropped this baby on my front porch? And it's like the mother of that child, you know that you slept with her and left that kid in her. That's why she picked you, Barney. Because that's how it was done back then. I'm not going to leave my wife for you. Somebody left the baby on the doorstep.
Oh, what a good guy. What a good guy.
Okay, so Barney Rubble, sleaze back.
You didn't know that in the
character.
cartoons, though. You didn't know
The
that.
character that you don't see off screen. It's like in Friends, the unseen character would be Spider, spelled with a Y. He's their Puerto Rican drug dealer, and you know they all know him, especially Phoebe.
Wow. It's got some good weed then. She is gone. She's just woo.
I hated that show. I never watched it.
I barely watched it. It's not funny. It's not like Seinfeld. Seinfeld's funny.
You know what's funny now is people play Friends and they take away the laugh track and they take away any music and they just do like Ross having a conversation about somebody eating a sandwich and he sounds like he's a serial killer.
That's great. It is creepy.
Dun, dun.
He did some voiceovers too, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" He sounds really tiny hat with a big nose.
Like a dog.
No, he doesn't sound as Jewish as Jerry Seinfeld. Nobody sounds as Jewish as Jerry Seinfeld.
I appreciate Jerry Seinfeld.
I do too.
I have to say, he makes me cringe so fucking hard.
Does he?
The Friends. I watched one episode of the show.
Stand-up is pretty good.
I watched one episode of the show, and it was this fat guy and this other guy trying to do business calculations to haul aluminum, so they can take advantage of the
Newman, the guy with the curly hair and the glasses, the more portly fella.
Yeah, and that was the one episode I ever saw of the show, and I could appreciate what they were doing, and I was like, well, that just sounds like the founding of a good small business. I know a guy down here who does his thing with some stuff that I contemplated doing a long time ago. He does very well for himself now. You know, there's little tiny jobs that exist in our society that are so weird that are in need, like recycling all the grease from the restaurants in your country and selling it for whatever. You know, that's apparently a thing. And grease, like cooking grease. Yeah. So
what do you do with it? Do you put it back into I
don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not the Americans that are buying this stuff.
Okay.
I think that they turn it into axle grease or something like that, or hopefully not for human consumption.
Yeah, I mean that would make the most sense. Axle grease would.
Yeah. Axle grease would make sense, or some kind of industrial use.
Yeah,
or maybe combustion.
Yeah, for machinery or
requirements for biodiesel additives. So they're just like, okay, buy this and just pour it in here, and we'll call it
biodiesel. The American way. That's truly the American way, right there.
The fucking French fry grease.
Yes.
In the ideal world, the French fry grease would be recycled to run the public transport systems.
Okay.
There we go. What's your life? Your life is the amount of potato chips that you eat, the phosphates that you piss out.
Hey, don't bring my potato chips into this, okay? It's no time to get personal here.
So the kid goes. So this kid, friend of mine, I'm going to put him through the smoke, right? We make a bong out of a 5-gallon water bottle and aluminum foil.
One of those big. I'm gonna say it. One of those big jugs.
And this kid took a hit, And when it was done, I'm like, what did you find out while you were in there? He goes, I had a conversation with myself that lasted for like hours. I'm like, okay, what did you discover while you were in there? He goes, I really don't like who I am. I'm like, well, then change yourself. All right. And so he went and he got married and he got a good steady job. And now he's got like, I think 3 kids. Yeah, he's badass. It's like once you overcome like those like obstacles that hinder you and liberate yourself, it's like you really have an astounding life right after that. So in South Florida, though, when I was growing up, there was nobody like me there to redirect people to not that destination. And I was growing up in South Florida, I would see drugs coming into the community, and I knew girls as young as 13 that were using crack cocaine. All right. And by the way, I love that girl with all my heart. And she was a real sweetie. And one day I said something mean and hurtful to her. Not all my heart, a good chunk. And a sizable piece. I love all the women I was with. So she ended up having an event, right? And we don't need to talk about that. So where was I about this? I was talking about the girls in South Florida, the corruption. Age 13. Okay. She wasn't 13 when I met her, by the way. She was 15. I was at a nightclub. She's in the nightclub. She's dressed up like fucking.
She's over 18.
I thought, what the fuck are you doing in this fucking fetish nightclub? It's like, so I'm smoking with this. I just assumed that she was another one of those tiny little, like, fucking foreign people.
What? They pack her in a bag and ship her off?
You're like 5'3", that's like regular height for fucking Hispanic. So
yeah, but
so
when they come small, they're usually pretty. They're usually firecrackers.
Yeah, well, this girl had already had a really interesting life. We were smoking in the car, and it was like, so I like this hair that you got going on here in this Egyptian shit. She goes, oh, you like it? She takes off her wig and throws it at me, and she goes, you can keep it. And she's got this terribly burnt scalp.
Damn.
She looks like Freddy Krueger. Yeah, it's really bad. Shaved. Just what the fuck happened? She just chemically burned my scalp. I dyed it so many times. I was like, fuck, Matt, you got a manic disorder. And she's like, yeah.
Oh.
So she chemically burned her scalp pretty bad.
Oh.
Yeah, and so I like her life. After we had that night, it was like it wasn't going anywhere that night. I gave her my number and shit. And I'm like, call me if you ever need me. The next time she called me was, Thomas, I'm about to die and I need your help. Yeah, right. And I didn't know this girl's backstory at this point. I just know that there's this girl that just immediately called me and asked me for help. So I go and I pick her up, save her, and I find out, I'm like, what was the pill? This guy who was like in the United States Air Force, or is it U.S. Army? I don't remember. He was like something, I think his name was my name, Thomas, and I think his last name was Aaron. I could be wrong. And he was like this fucking lieutenant colonel in the United States military, and he had retired, and he owned a bunch of stuff, and he was like, my family goes back to the American Revolution. I'm like, why don't you have any kids? And he goes, oh, I got gonorrhea when I was 14 years old from fucking my babysitter. It was like, yeah. God. And he never got treated, so he's sterile because of it. Oh, man. Fucking, some family lines deserve to be severed.
Yep.
Okay. So this guy, I cannot imagine the excruciating pain that he went through rather than go, hey, Dad, I think I got VD from fucking my babysitter. High five. Bam! Don't stop sending her. So okay, take as much time off as you want.
Mm.
So no, he had been spoon feeding this girl cocaine, right? The cocaine, and her heart was racing, and to have her come down, he gave her a Dilaudid. You know what can happen to a person? Their heart suddenly stopping on them.
Yeah. I mean, it's a crash. Yeah.
Yeah. And so she had not eaten properly, and she was anorexic and stuff like that. So I come to find out that she had had an eating disorder. I'm not sure if she was the kind of person that would weigh her poop and pee, but we knew people that were like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Can you imagine a person with an eating disorder like that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. And when I find her, I was like, oh my God, what the fuck happened to your life, sweetie? It's like the last time I saw you, we were in a car. She was like, that was like 3 or 4 years ago. Like, what happened since then? This girl, she's been in LA. She was dating like a criminal of some sort whose trade I greatly respect. And she got to meet David Spade, who's a total dick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she was like they're selling drugs.
Ah.
And, it's because as it goes, right?
Mhm.
And
I,
she
I, I
just,
would I would assume he seems like a pretty big pothead. So
yeah. So you remember that house that I told you about with the billowing clouds of smoke and stuff like that?
yeah, yeah,
She had had one of those houses.
nice,
Her
classy.
roommates, yeah, her roommates tried turning her into a prostitute. She's like, no, thank you. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, well, that's yeah. I mean, we're just hanging out. We're shooting the shit and doing some illegal activity, and
Yeah, might as well turn our friend into a hooker.
yeah, I mean, that's just the next step. Like that's what happens when dudes drink
Yeah.
beer. We might as well just turn them into a gigolo, right? I mean, it's par for the course, right? That's just how you do it.
How many? Just
Like
go
what?
out to the bar, find a 60-year-old
What?
woman, sit down,
Like what? What in
ask her
the?
if she wants you to clean the cobwebs from her rafters.
Oh,
Uh,
oh,
I have one friend
oh,
that's like that. He likes silver foxes. Yeah, the
oh
he
God!
loved he loved older women, and I was like, man,
I'm not. Mm-mm.
no, he doesn't want to have kids.
That's his reasoning behind it. That's why he aims for it.
Yes,
That is not a good.
hey
That's
man,
not
so
what. Yeah,
dodge.
what is he? Like, what is he like? Like, oh my God! I can't. Oh, wait a minute. So he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna go for my age group. I'm just gonna shoot the
Yeah.
gap and go for
Oh,
broke.
dude,
Like let's
dude, he's
over it.
met some of the fucking coolest girls, dude.
I'm
So
not on the under here. I'm on the over.
so I'm going on the I met this Cuban girl, right, who's from a community in Cuba called Holguin. And in Holguin, there are no narcotics. Those people are killed. Okay.
Hmm. Yeah,
Cuban prison is no joke.
I
All
would
right.
imagine. I would imagine it's.
Fucking, it is not. You will die. All right. In a country where you'll starve nearly to death. All right.
Hmm.
It's not a nice place to be. And if you go to Cuban prison, you are not getting out of Cuban prison because Cuban prison, all right, is made to punish people very severely when they have made terrible, terrible transgressions. Like they will fuck your day up. All right, it's
Yeah,
scary. So, dude, I will. I don't. When I don't. I don't. I don't. I'll speed in the United States. Okay,
yeah.
I'll speed down here. My foot never goes above 36. In Cuba, I won't fucking. I'm terrified.
No,
All
I
right.
mean,
I'm like, I pay taxi driver. I'm like, you take me here. I'm not driving. If I hit somebody or if anything happens, I might be held liable. That kind of shit. That scares me.
yeah.
So, um, You go, if you, like, let's say I'm driving in the countryside and I hit a cow that was in the road, and I didn't see the cow because the lights in the car suck, and the sun, there's no street lights because, you know, they don't have electrification of the countryside, which is not a bad thing. It is not a bad thing at all. But, and you hit that cow, you can get 10 years in Cuban prison.
Damn.
Yeah. You will only get like 4 or 5 if you kill a person.
Versus a cow?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Cuban beef was only 5. Yeah, but it's Cuban prison, so it's like 10 American prisons. It's like, most people don't make it to that year 10. So, so her community doesn't have the scourge of narcotics in it.
That's good. That's real good.
Yeah, and the people have a work ethic. They just don't have like a real economy, in that they have no local production. And so when I go there, I've got a couple of ideas about acquiring land so we can do things like build bricks, because bricks are a very basic material made out of aluminite clay. All right. There's also potentiality to go and put an aluminum mine over there, because I know if you have red clay to make red bricks, you have aluminite. Therefore, I can set up a aluminum operation over there, which then makes you go, okay, well, how would you fuel it? Natural gas deposits. Cuba is like, you know, we have problems with aluminum manufacture right now because of Chinese interests. Cuba is strategic to U.S. interests. All right.
The China interest? Yes.
To counter China. So, in my personal opinion, the best way is to seduce Cuba away from China. We all need to make friends, because China doesn't regard non-Chinese people as human beings. They teach you to cheat, and they teach that if you're not cheating, then you're an idiot.
Gee, they kind of sound like Asian tiny hats.
Huh? Well, I was taught to fight like this. The first rule of fighting, there are many, many rules to fighting. You know, gouge a man in the eye. All right. You don't bite his nose. You don't rip his ear off. Okay. You don't fucking grab him by the neck.
Rules, yeah.
You don't punch him in the throat. Okay. You don't club fist him on the collarbone. You don't bend this against the ways that they're not supposed to bend. But the first rule of fighting, okay, is you're not supposed to fight. And it's the most important rule. So if you're going to break the most important rule, you might as well break them all.
One rule to break them all.
Yeah, if you're actually fighting, you have to fight. All right? It's not a matter of just lay down, take it. All right? You have to struggle. So, how did we get to discussions on struggle and fight and resistance? Okay.
Well, I mean, this kind of definitely ties into the Bolsheviks and communism and all that good stuff.
Well,
so
at the same time, our society is being conquered by capitalism. All right, through where I live, my country is part of a series of other countries that enable an ultra wealthy class to hoard all of the wealth of the world. Okay, avoiding all taxation and pulling the strings.
Mm-hmm.
All right, these are the invisible nation at this point in time. So the global trade's controlled through these groups, insurance and everything else. Like these people have their interests in this game, right? And some of them are. How am I doing this? How am I trying to thread this? There's some people that are in this game.
Going somewhere with this. You definitely.
There's some. I lost it.
Oh, son of a bit! Really?
Son of a bitch! Moment of great apotheosis. Discussing.
Oh,
and then
you said a Greek quote. You say a Greek word. When you say a Greek word, you got to connect the dots. Why you connect the dots, I don't know. Come on.
Apotheosis is to become like a god. Okay. So,
But it's the Greek word. It's apotheosis. Apotheosis. Apple.
uh,
Milos.
so we're discussing Cuba and struggle. Um, so the people of Cuba have been enslaved once before by these dynastic families that kept them illiterate, and now they're enslaved now as well.
Much like the
But
Chinese.
yeah, but now you're literate. But if you have any really hugely contradictory opinions to the state, you would go to prison. You would be tortured.
Much like
But
the Russians.
but while they're trying to make the society to succeed, they had to deal with spies infiltrating Cuba and blowing up critical infrastructure. Blowing
Like
up,
spies from the United States.
yeah.
But was it mainly the United States, or were there
Yeah,
other?
it was all U.S. It was all U.S. spies. We blew up sugar refineries and shit like that.
Yeah, I've
Right.
yeah,
Okay. So
definitely heard about all that.
yeah. So drugs. The sin of drugs came to our shores, and these guys were helping enable smuggling operations. And
The money's too good.
these families raped and pillaged Cuba. What do you think that they were going to do in the new country that they decided to set up shop?
Gee.
Let's go. Yeah. Okay. So they rule through ignorance. So public schools that you were talking about and religious education and indoctrination, I have a huge problem with. All right. And the kids need a certain amount of socialization outside of their norm and exposure to other ideas. All right.
But who's to say that the religious or that the education nowadays in the public school system isn't some form of indoctrination?
It's both. It's a little bit of both.
It's a double-edged sword
When
there.
I was a kid, all right, there are certain things happening to our society. All right, the gay culture that was always there was suppressed. They are 10%. That is like a medical thing. All right, they're like 10% of the population. They've always existed. Now there's some other aberrations of behavior, but gays solid 10. And learning how to let these people have normal functioning social lives is the way that you have them leave your society if you don't want them there, because if you're forcing them,
like a reverse psychology kind of thing.
No, if it's a genetic aberration and you're forcing people with genetic aberrations to procreate.
Oh,
okay,
got it. Okay, all right. It's a war. It's a war of attrition, really.
But is it really? Okay.
Well, I mean, think about it. It's not a war because here's the thing: if it was a war of contrition, that would be heterosexual, right? So, because you and I would be contending for a female's attention, right? That's a war of contrition.
There's a section of the population, buddy.
Yeah,
they're not competing for that. Okay.
I know.
I appreciate those guys because they can give me good advice. It's like, hey, what is she like? Thank you.
Wow. Wow. You're coming at it from the angle that I need to score. That's such a dude thing to do, though. That's such a guy thing to do, though.
No,
I completely understand your approach. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I definitely know I definitely understand what you're doing.
These people exist. Let them exist. Let them do whatever they want to do. That is
but they shouldn't do it and impress it upon children.
I will say the public sexual displays that are gay pride parades are disgusting. It's like, hey, I am a kinkster and I'm all for that shit.
But that's not for
kids.
Don't
bring your kids.
No. That's that's out of control.
13 or 14 years old, they show up on their own. All right. But
no.
Oh, really? Because my mom got married at 14.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it was normal. I'm not going to say that it wasn't abnormal way back in the day.
My mom was so young and my dad were so young that they couldn't. They couldn't find priests to get them married for the
Yeah.
ceremony. But in Florida, anybody could get married at any time
Really?
with parental consent. Yeah,
No way.
yeah.
I did not know that.
So my mom ended up hooking up with my dad at like the age, she was like 14 or something like that. My dad was like 16, and they ended up getting married early, 17 and
Wow.
15, I think. Yeah.
That's
We would
wow.
drive around. We would drive around on a motorcycle. My mom would be holding me in the back. Yeah,
Wow.
they're badasses. I yeah. I went on a motorcycle and my friends are like, "You want to learn to ride one of these things?" I'm like, "Absolutely not."
I'm traumatized for life.
Fucking take your kneecap off on those things. I'm not that good of a driver. It's like I've gotten in more than a few car accidents. You get a motorcycle accident and it suddenly chunks of me. Nah, I'm cool. Put me in a
No.
steel
Yeah.
cage.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely want something
Yeah.
around you.
Jeez, right? A friend of mine, he got launched off of one of those things. Dude, almost torn apart to little pieces and stuff like that. He's already missing like no. He's got no fingers on his hand and like a thumb nub, right? And so when he was flying, he's like, "Don't want to lose my nub."
Ooh.
Yeah, dude, poor guy. But he would ride around on a motorcycle with one handed, with this nub in the
How
other
do you do
wheel,
that? That's amazing.
because he's a badass, dude.
How do you do that? That's I mean, that's like that's adaptation.
That's
Improvise, adapt,
adaptation.
overcome.
Yeah,
That's
man. Like he's a musician, also.
what?
Yeah,
What does he
only does
play?
bar
The
chords.
triangle?
Yeah, he's like,
Does he have to hold the triangle in his nub and then ding ding?
no, he plays guitar and he plays drums. He's got like the thing he duct tapes onto his wrist.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. His wife is beautiful. I was like that guy. I'm like, good on you, man. Good life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the one-armed
So
man who kicked all the other straight man away with one arm. Or swatted all the other guys away.
they're sexually adventurous. So one must ask what other things besides just
I'm
their
not
damn
even, you
charisma.
know what? He's already got an attachment. I'm good. I don't need to
He's got,
ponder anymore
he's already got
than
a
that.
drumstick.
He's already got oh, are we really gonna beat that drum?
I don't want to play. Just want to bang on a drum all
Drums
day.
all day.
Um,
Uh,
how many viewers do we have right now?
I think we had like a grand total of a revolving door of 3.
We have a revolving door of 3 fucking viewers. All right.
We're
So,
making progress.
all right. So there's this drug smuggling culture that would go and, as we were saying, that would use these things as methods of control, whether it's alcohol or it's tobacco or it's cocaine, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
refined sugars. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee is, I mean, think about how many Americans are addicted to caffeine.
Oh yeah,
Right.
totally.
Yeah.
It's totally it's a stimulant.
Yeah. Yeah. I cut it, for a long time, I cut it out of my diet like entirely. And like when I wanted to feel like Superman, I would drink one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's like some next level fucking energy. So these families moved up to the United States, and they've been degenerating the United States as well. Because for them, I mean, back in the 1980s, they would say, "Why should we invest money in our public education system? The world's going to end really soon anyway." That was Reagan's like education minister.
Mm-hmm.
He was using his religious beliefs, and I believe that he believed these things, mind you, that it wasn't just a political talking point, that he genuinely believed that. All right. The United States government's poured money into tanks and stuff like that, and they're like, when they were told by the military, "We need you to put money into education." And now you look at the state of Florida, and guys like DeSantis are taking books off the shelf and censoring everything to not allow any dichotomy of thought. Is it dichotomy? Yeah.
But
Well, there's an
right.
incident. There's an incident in Florida history called the Rosewood Massacre. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Okay. In this town, a white woman was cheating on her husband, and her lover and her got into a quarrel, and he beat her. And the lover left. And it was a white man. And when the husband came home and he found his wife beaten, who did it? Who's just had sex with my wife and beaten her? She claims that she was raped by a black man. So, or attacked and beaten by a black man. And so the husband and the men began going out killing every black household in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh, it was a murder spree. And that's part of Florida history. All right. There are towns and neighborhoods in South Florida. They're the poorest parts of the United States for a reason. All right. They needed to have a cheap migrant labor that they could abuse. And so they had this poor black community that was there that were essentially slaves. Same thing with Belgrade, where most of the sugar out of Florida comes from, Florida crystals. All of it, actually. They control like 98% of the cane sugar market, and they have guaranteed prices for sale. Like, these people are maxed out in money. How did I get into a discussion on caffeine, sugar, drugs? People's addictions to these substances have facilitated these really wicked families to elevate themselves. And these really wicked families practice slavery upon their fellow man. They'll practice it upon you too. Jeff Bezos, the guy that runs
Amazon.
That's it. Yeah. He went to a high school that I was supposed to go to called Palmetto High. It was public high school. Graduated two astronauts, a Supreme Court justice, and Jeff Bezos. Two astronauts.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The high school get even but one. These are true. Yeah. There's truly gifted minds in this neighborhood, and a Supreme Court justice, and Jeff Bezos. So this is primarily a Jewish neighborhood in Miami that, you know, they keep to themselves. Yeah, like the cops would tell me sometimes, like, there's like some weird shit that goes on in there, and we can't talk about it. Like the house that they were certain that one guy was molesting his daughter, but you know, they got pressure not to bother him.
Ugh.
You know, these things happen.
Just somebody's bought.
Yeah. Well, it's your job, your community of Jewish people that are involved in local governments and paying attention to government. I don't attend public government anythings. I don't even go to a condo association things.
Yeah,
I abdicated all responsibility. So no responsibility. So these creatures, I'm referring to them like they're not human beings. These people in this neighborhood, all right, out of background and affluence, is more than anything else. All right, coming from these regions with similar outlook on menial labor and an old world view of things, endeavored to destroy American economies in new disruptive ways. I mean, Amazon was run at a loss for how long?
I don't know. They were ran at. I didn't know they were ran at a loss.
Mm-hmm. They would get no profit. I think it was what it was. It was no profit, and they were starting to use offshores to hide any monies that they made. So they began stealing away business from the United States. It was funny to watch Sears die fighting them. It was like Sears, the company made on mail order catalogs, dies to a company that is essentially a mail order catalog in real time. It was like a proper circle of life.
Yeah, the product life cycle, one dying off for the other.
Yes, now the spawn shall consume the host.
Yeah, and then you just tear down your shopping malls and your Sears Roebucks to just prop up Amazon supercenters.
Yeah, well,
Why not?
Why not? The Amazon supercenters, where you have a bunch of people that would die from overheating in a place, and that they would refuse to put in air conditioning until Jeff Bezos put in robots, and robots started overheating. Then they put in air conditioning because that was costing him money. There's a guy who's dead on the floor. Just walk over him. We should make an entire comedy series about that. That would be a good Seinfeld episode.
That would be.
Elaine trips over and breaks her heel on the dead guy, and then she realizes
they can't exploit their own. They can't be doing that now because
there's 12 million Jews in this world. 12 million. That's a lot. How many other are there of the other ethnic identities?
Way more than that.
Ah.
Are we gonna? So now are we gonna get into the Sabbateans, the Sabbates?
If a group of 12 billion people could end up conquering all of you without really firing a shot,
that's kind of impressive. That's really impressive. It is impressive. I mean, I'm not. The subversion is prominent. It's there.
It's good.
But I think people get
my
away
decision
to,
on which side I'm on is based off of one man.
Oh boy.
One man only.
Oh boy. Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks.
I honestly thought you were going to say the other Mel, but I'm shocked that you took Brooks.
No, man. Mel Brooks, dude. Mel Brooks made me fucking laugh. Mel Gibson is like not my first love.
He is Catholic, so I mean, he does have his own issues.
But
at least you're right. Mel Brooks is hilarious.
Yeah, his snarling hatred and inability to articulate his discussion is what made him look like a total asshole and an idiot. But also just a drunk, racist bitch. Oh, I'm talking about Mel Gibson. Mel Brooks during World War II ran the German lines shouting into a loudspeaker insults in German.
He knew German?
Yeah, he was a translator in World War II.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a combat soldier. And he would taunt the enemy. Go fuck yourselves, you German bitches! I don't have any wit. I don't know what he said to them that got them so fucking pissed off. Comedy comes at the right time, and he was able to summon that comedy to get everybody to shoot at him and waste precious ammunition.
That's crazy. That's definitely crazy. You gotta be a little. Screws gotta be loose upstairs, but why not? I mean, nobody said comedy comes at a.
Dude, that guy's a badass. Mel Gibson is an actor.
Blazing Saddles.
Best comedy film of all time.
Bar none. One of the greatest.
The way they capture the common clay of America was perfect.
Oh yeah. And they just and the thing is, they just did give a shit. I mean, imagine if people that got triggered about everything watched that movie. The people that just get offended about everything.
Blazing Saddle.
And the language that was used.
The sheriff's minute.
No. Oh.
Then the bell would go dong.
Oh. Yep.
There's an extended cut of the film.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I saw it when I was a little boy, and I never forgot it. I was like, I think there were theaters in South Florida you could go where it was air conditioned, and you would go and get like a matinee for like $1 or 50 cents or something.
Air conditioned, unlike Jeff Bezos's Amazon warehouses.
Yeah. Well, people were paid to sit down in air conditioning, unlike Jeff Bezos's. So, fuck you, Jeff Bezos.
You can't even.
I can't simply afford to spend himself.
Guy's worth $6 gorillion, and then he can't even do a warehouse.
There was an interview with him where I was watching. Jeff Bezos is a master of dissimulation. Who is the real Jeff Bezos? And Jeff Bezos would come out and he'd say, "Hi, everybody, I'm Jeff Bezos, and I'm the new CEO of Amazon. And I'm so happy to be here." And he'd get the sweater vest, and I was like,
"What does he sound like, Larry the Cable Guy?"
Yeah, well, dude, when you look at him, I was like, this is a clown character. This is not an actual human being, and I was correct in that. Jeff Bezos himself was dissimulating who he actually was. He didn't present the fucking shark in business that he is. He would go into his boardrooms and say, "Yeah, you must go after the old, the sick, the weak, the lame." It's like, this is like things I would joke around about at the nightclub about picking up girls. All right. Go for the old, the silver foxes.
Oh, God.
The sick, the girls with issues. The young. The lame.
That's sick, man. That's sick. There's something wrong with you.
I don't understand. It's the nature of the beast, bro. This is Miami. Okay. This is people come down from New York and they come down from Boston and they would go to Miami and they were like, "Oh, I'm a badass and everything else. We're going to go and do these businesses." There's like, you are going to get so raped while you're down here, instantly taken for a bad car, shitty interest rates, like the saddest fucked up stories. I know one guy who worked at Pollo Tropical, like when that company first started up.
Mm-hmm.
He was made a shareholder in it and given a franchise. All right. Okay. And he developed such a bad cocaine addiction. He took one day's haul. It was like $20,000 in chicken. He was like, "I retire. I'm gonna go die doing a bunch of cocaine now. Goodbye." So it's just $20,000. It's all I need. So this stuff will destroy a person. So we're talking about what again?
You are
all over the place.
But you're correlating. You're correlating well. You're connecting. So, you're connecting and correlating though.
All right. So these various societies.
We already connected how to go after girls at the club. You want the old,
the sick, the weak, the lame, and the old. Okay, Jeff Bezos and the mentality of a predator and a beast. Thank you for getting me back on point. All right. So Bezos is doing another interview, and he goes during this interview, and then this is blah, blah, blah. This is Hal 9000's birthday, same day as mine. But when he said that, it was like, I'm like, this guy is cold and logical. He's a transhumanist. Mm-hmm. All right. He owns some of the biggest computer networks in the world. His aim probably is to create the first AI or clone himself in digital immortality.
Much like Musk, Zuckerberg.
Yeah. Oh, dude, cryogenic facilities have been set up to save the minds of our greatest thinkers and stuff like that so that they might one day be revived. And it's like, what thinkers, about, I can agree with. Businessmen, not so much.
What about Einstein? Do they preserve
Einstein and his wife, his first wife.
Did they preserve his mind? Did they cry?
Oh my! His brain was donated to science. It wasn't properly preserved.
Oh, okay. I mean, I sure thought they would have.
Like when they freeze a brain, what ends up happening is that the water inside the cells begins to crystallize, and the cells begin to dehydrate because molecules are not stacked as efficiently as solids as they are as liquids. And then the crystals puncture the cell walls, which cause the cell to bleed out, right? So you can't really freeze these materials and expect to be able to rejuvenate them. So the concepts they have for brain preservation is just like jovial. It's almost like mummies. It's like, of
That's some ancient alien stuff right there. That's some ancient alien shit right there.
Beat this person's brain inside their skull with an egg whisk. There's
just a little soup, little
yeah.
brain soup.
Ooh.
Brain stew, good song.
Man. So they would do that to people. By the way, they being the psychiatrists of the United States of America with ice pick lobotomies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the old school method of not turning people into psychos or gays.
Yeah. Let's go and take this person and clip, and now we've turned them into a zombie. Isn't that much better? Instead of that nice, cool person, we now have this robot.
You got to conform, or
yeah. So, forced societal conformity in a world where people will not put in AC units for their workers and try to make themselves immortal god entities with huge amounts of wealth that they have gotten from the United States through manipulation of industries in ways that's disgusting. Like the Walmart family, those assholes, they would go to a manufacturer and they go, you're going to shut down your operation. You're going to send it over to China. And then we're going to manufacture it in China and sell it in our stores for $20.
Yeah. Price gouging.
Yeah.
They're infamous for that.
No, not price gouging. All right. They're forcing the price down on the toy. They're telling you price fixing. They're telling you
price.
What the toy
okay, that's
sold
okay.
at. Telling you what the price of the toy will be sold at, and they're forcing you to go and shut down your American factory and move it over to China to a factory that they will own 50% of, and the Chinese government will own 50% of. And you're going to then just license the manufacturing rights to them. And you're going to make a ton of money, and your workers are going to be unemployed. Yeah.
That's why. That's yep.
Okay.
Well, and that happened for how long, and how many administrations, and it changed hands, and nobody ever did anything about it.
Hillary Clinton was on their board of directors. Hillary Clinton was on their board of directors in the 1990s, and we know that she was aligned with the Trilateral Group and stuff like that. There was at one point these organizations were trying to merge Mexico, the United States, and Canada into one supernation.
NAFTA.
Yeah. Well, it was going to be much more than NAFTA. They were triggering, the Bilderberg Group was triggering like these events over in Canada to try and create a secessionist event.
Really?
Yeah. French-speaking Quebec tried seceding in the 1990s because of the psychological operations of the Bilderberg Group to try and create this initiative so they could create a breakup of Canada as a pretense to go and lead to the expansion of the United States and all of it into one supernation.
Because they don't consider the French to actually be a part of Canada.
Yeah.
They're seen as the outsiders.
They're pretty cool. They're neat people. The area of Canada that they live in is uniquely inhospitable. It sucks, right? It's God. I just met one from there today. It fluctuates between like 40 degrees Celsius and negative 40 degrees Celsius.
Oh God.
Okay.
Ugh.
So that's the pendulum of hot to cold. Yeah, and they live. That's the region that they live in.
God, no. Awful. That's hell. That's literally like. Sounds like Canadian Siberia, and you're not even that far up north.
That's not too far off from it. When France was populating the areas of French-speaking Quebec, and the Montreal and all those other places, the story that I heard, this might be slander, but I wouldn't see it as slander. After the Canadian girls I've known, it was that. It was populated with prostitutes and murderers and rapists. Because that's what your prisons were filled with.
You got to re-say that. You cut off. It was something, and all I heard was
prostitutes.
Okay.
And homeless women, and and men that were prisoners, so thieves, rapists, and murderers.
Mm-hmm.
Take a wife and go. Better luck in the wilderness.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was like all these people got expelled from society over there.
Yeah. Well, I
So
mean,
they're rebellious in their hearts, I would say,
yeah,
and they're
but
badasses.
if you think about it in a lot of ways, that's one of the more humane things to do to somebody. Is like, okay, if you're gonna screw up in society, we're gonna let you go in the wild, see what you can do. If you can't survive, nature's gonna get you. I mean,
There are no more. There are no more on Earth. There are no more places like that, really. So
Siberia.
what we're going to probably do is we're going to go and start throwing people to the moon.
That's what that's. Wait a minute. The Earth is flat, so how can you launch people off of it?
Fuck you. All right.
You just gonna springboard them. You're like, we got a trampoline in the middle, so you gotta just jump. You just jump. What the? Is this Space Jam all of a sudden? Where's Michael Jordan?
Yeah, that's everybody knows that the Earth, like the Chinese weather balloon, was to prove that the Earth was flat,
well,
but Americans
flat,
blew it up before it finished its mission.
I heard it was the Canadians that blew it up.
More apocalyptically scary. Russia was talking about on national television how they have weapons capable delivery, that if the United States begins doing new nuclear weapons testing, that they will be testing their doomsday attacks. One of them being triggering the Yellowstone supervolcano to erupt.
Oh, no big deal.
Yeah. And it's like, oh boy, they're threatening to blow up the entire world? Joy! They have a weapon that shoots a torpedo that poisons the entire sea. They have 8 of them.
So they would hit every major city?
They would kill everybody. Or they'd kill the oceans. They have 8 suicide bullets. And they're making more.
We make more.
We make more. But you see, my suicide bullet is your suicide bullet.
Now we sound like Bond villains.
Yeah, that's what it's turning into. And so guys like Bezos that want to go and create this like control the world kind of scenario that view human beings in a poor manner, and that they believe that we need toil and drudgery necessary to unlock our potentials or some shit.
Oh yeah. That's a very it's a very interesting point, because that's a very medieval thing to do. I don't understand even say medieval, because that's kind of turned into a meme. That's a very Melville. What's the word I'm looking for? Malevolent way to do it.
Yeah. It's like this is how I make you stronger. I have you people deal with all these poisons and everything else. This is how you build resistance.
I mean, that is, but
yeah. All right.
But not a Russian suicide bomb. Thanks, Bezos.
But Bezos, I feel if he was like a demon, he represents. By the way, I love Amazon. I just use it to order a whole bunch of stuff to grow magic mushrooms.
That's the plug. By the way, this podcast is brought to you by Amazon.
How?
Did we mention that? That's a good one.
Give me some of that fucking money, Bezos, you piece of shit.
Way to endorse it. Way to go.
You know, the guy though needed to. What was the goal of all of this, right? So for him, I feel that in his pursuit of immortality, that as one of these transhumanists, that Bezos's goal is to go and create AI, like HAL 9000, to find his immortality in that.
So in like big system, a big like server, like a HAL 9000. That's
Yeah.
a bigger picture than just a robot.
Well, imagine if
Sent,
these guys sponsor a lot of research and development, so
yeah, yep.
mapping the human mind
Well, as you
and
already said,
trying
like
to
something with
simulate it.
yeah, and as you like you said something with like the Trilateral Commission and
Yeah.
things like that, and things like that. I mean, what do the Rockefellers do all along? They've and the Fords. I mean, they've sponsored and
Yeah.
researched and funded all of that
Well,
kind of stuff. That's just the old
well,
school version.
yeah. Well, there we go. In the in the Picatrix, or
Pika,
which is, or no,
Pika.
in the Corpus Hermeticum. Sorry, the Corpus Hermeticum, which is like writings of Hermes Trismegistus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was this prophet of God that predicted the coming of Christ, and
Hmm.
um, he was the disciples of the of his were like the three wise men.
Hmm.
All right.
The Kabbalion.
Yeah, these are, yeah, this is a meta religion that exists,
Hmm.
you know. And it said that this is not magic that we teach you, this is science.
Alchemy.
Yeah. No, science. It said science.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, specifically science.
Wow.
And yeah, in that it was trying to introduce reason and ration to people. All
Okay.
right. Into a process of rediscovery. So was having a continuation of thought and I got derailed there for a moment.
Are
Um,
you going towards like the more well it's obviously less going to be less theological and philosophical if you're going the rationalist route. So it's going to be more in the realm of like
oh, Hermes Trismegistus, yes.
idealism.
So in his thing, teaching of science, the family that was having the books translated. This is a quote from a lecture via Terence McKenna. Was that the Medici family, the Medici's, popes, and stuff like that. These
Hmm.
guys sponsored Da Vinci and stuff. Demanded to have the Picatrix and the Corpus Hermeticum translated first, hoping to find a secret to immortality within.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that
I did not know
they,
that.
yeah, and so they found that they were in pursuit of creating immortality, if not for him, then one of their descendants. All right, and is this not the pursuit of man?
Right.
Right. Okay.
Right.
To make himself like unto a
I mean,
god.
it's been the constant pursuit too, and I mean, just look at the Gnostics and how the early church had to fight off the Gnostics for that same thing because of the demiurge. They saw themselves as gods, and then they brought about the many pagan religions into the forefront to try to fight the church.
Well,
And
to bring this about, those Gnostic practitioners had their grounds in existence before the formalized Catholic Church began. Like when
wasn't the Catholic Church.
yeah,
Wasn't the Catholic Church.
all right. So what was the issue? Tell me from your perspective with your people,
With my
or your,
people,
yeah, the Coptic group there,
Coptic.
or what is it? You're again
Well, I'm not because
Orthodox.
Coptic would be Oriental Orthodox.
Oh, okay.
Coptic's an offshoot off of Eastern
Isn't the
Orthodox.
Armenian Church the oldest church?
Uh, hmm, that I don't know. Historically,
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's the Armenian Church was the oldest Christian church.
they
Let's see
are
what you.
they are also they are also Oriental Orthodox though. They fall under that category, but they have their own special category. We call them Armenians, just the Armenian Church, and they're not. They're well, I guess the best way you could classify their jurisdiction is Eastern Rite Catholics, is what they technically fall under. But Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox would be my section, our the following belief. But
Yeah, they're kind of a cool thing.
yeah, yeah, they're considered they're just like Oriental Orthodox. They're considered heretical.
Why is
And not
that?
why is that? They're the Armenians are the Armenians and the Oriental Orthodox are monophysites. And that's the belief that Christ only had his full divine nature, not his full human nature.
What?
Theanthropy and Christology is a whole thing unto itself. That's a whole deal. That's a whole thing unto itself. But the shorthand version is there's Miaphysite, Monophysite, and what we are in the Eastern Orthodox Church, the proper one is Diophysite. That is the theanthropic nature of Christ is fully man, fully God. That's the proper teaching into his body, which is his church.
Every man's body is their temple.
Well, yes, in turn, yes,
Yeah.
and that's the communion. That's the communal aspect with God. That's where we obviously there's a cyclical thing. But the Gnostics, on the other hand, hated their bodies, so they did not sanctify it, just as sinners like to do, right? But we're all sinners, so I'm not here to judge.
Yay.
Yay.
Don't you judge me.
With resounding enthusiasm. But
how dare you look down on me?
Oh, but it's really interesting when you
that was the lowest.
When you do see that break off, because there was a few, and paganism is kind of onto its own thing with Gnosticism. Gnosticism and paganism are two different things. They're two different belief systems, as you will, but they do kind of overlap each other in certain regards. And it's like when the early church had to fight. Well, we did fight off the pagans, literally.
They're coming to kill us.
Yeah, no, I mean, no big deal there. We just wiped them out. We're just like, you're gonna die now. So I hope you guys like an early crusade, because that's what we're here for.
That's actually the crusades that went on in the north were never really spoken about. Yeah,
were the pagan ones.
Yeah, the forced Christianization of the Russias and stuff like that. Those were bloody. Like they were native religions that had been there for a very long time. A few of them were not
they were not screwing around.
No, man.
We were there, and they were there to conquer, and that's it. And if you didn't conform, but it happened a lot after that too. I mean, it just happened, right?
Do you know that's a thing, dude? It's like every society's like that.
Yep.
And from the beginning of history, it's like
how it goes.
Dude, how do we track these civilizations? By the shape of their axe heads that they would use to cave in the skulls of their neighbors.
It's either axe heads, war hammers, or battle swords. I mean, what do you take your But then the Gnosticism was a much more intellectual dialogue. You know, it wasn't smash and grab as much as it was how are we going to explain our theology properly to the rest of the world?
Well, I'm reading
in a manner.
Yeah, I'm reading some of this more advanced shit like right now on this person's like thesis paper. Reviewing the Liber Loga.
The Liber Loga?
Yeah.
What's the Liber Loga?
The Liber Loga, LIBERLOAGAETH. It's spelled funny. So
it's got to mean like, something in Latin.
I don't remember. It's like the language itself is referred to by some as Enochian and others as Celestial. And it's a language that's unlike other languages that was transmitted to this wizard.
Hermes?
No, John D.
Rockefeller.
John D.
Rockefeller.
J. That's JD. Was it John? Jay-Z?
John, yeah. But John D. Rockefeller.
That guy. Oh, let me just go and help poison the world.
Oops. Oops.
Well, he knew how to run a tight ship.
That has some form of
Yeah,
that's some form of
there it
IQ right
goes.
there. I mean, that
All
takes
right.
some.
Yeah,
I'll give
he
him that.
could. People listened to this man. They
Yep,
worked with him. He produced. He proved
charismatic
himself.
for sure.
Um, so
Charisma is a gift.
I got 12%. So the
That's it.
yeah,
Plug
this
your phone in.
battery.
Why can't you just
Oh
plug it in?
yeah, I should go and get one of those. All right. So the villains. So we're supposed to villains like Rockefeller. All right. These men were all part of a greater movement to go and build things. All right. In a movement initiated by that man that I just mentioned, John D., who set forth a series of events to bring about the end of the world or the apocalypse or something like that. I am for real.
Nope, you're just kidding around. Come on.
Nope.
No, no, no. We're on the.
Sorry,
Where are we going? What are we doing?
I had to go and
I
get
feel like
the.
we're on an apocalyptic phone adventure right now.
So we have
Cue
in
Metallica.
this. So a lot of these organizations don't know that they've been part of a greater game, bringing about the metaphorical end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, literal. It's literal. It's not metaphorical.
Well, it depends on the context because you mentioned the good old fashioned Bible Belt or conservative media always
Okay.
touting about the end of the world and they were batshit crazy. So I mean, why not, right? Why not
Right.
just perpetuate? Why not just perpetuate the
No, no,
rapture
no, no.
ad nauseum and just
Yeah.
hope for the best, right? And
No.
just
Well,
build
they
weapons of war. Why not?
these
Because
people are.
you gotta obviously profit.
There we go. It's like, okay, what do we need to do in order to make these things happen?
Yeah,
Right.
profit.
So, in order to make it happen, occult groups, well, people have all been working in their own different ways for what they believe it should be. All right. What is their contribution to this greater machine that we are building our society to where will we go from whence did we come? Um, I feel that we need to get off the earth or else we're all going to die. In that our society has fucked the planet up irrevocably. And right about now, we need to start getting our shit together and also getting ready to move out. All right. Get out because the real world is the fact that we have to escape this planet because we're killing it. And if we don't learn to grow and live with it and grow as civilization, we're going to stagnate and not go anywhere. We're going to die. That's not going to be really cool. So I want the world to live. Um, Russia's doomsday devices, though, that they've been applying and threatening the end of everything. Um, Part of their fueled belief system is that they are fighting the Illuminati.
Mm,
I think have I mentioned that one before? The
you
Bolshevik
haven't.
belief system. Okay.
Yeah. No, I
Okay.
mean, but I mean, they're not. They're still. They're not. I wouldn't call them Bolsheviks now. I mean, they still have a lot of imperial
Well, the
flavors
Russian,
with
they're
communist aspects. That's for
yeah.
sure.
Well, Russian Bolshevism is like a thing, and
It's
they
Kabbalism. I
they
mean, it's
talk
in
about
essence.
they talk about things that are real history, Aryanism. Okay, civilizations that conquered the other civilizations and had huge like fucking intercontinental empire run on river trade.
Oh, Russia. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is this whole thing about who are the true Jews.
Are we getting to the Sabbatine Frankism that Livingstone doesn't want to touch?
I don't. Yeah, he does. Livingstone doesn't want to touch that. He doesn't
He
talk
doesn't
about
want to
that.
touch the real Jew topic, but he
Oh my
wants to.
God.
But he does tiptoe around a lot of it with the Islamic scholarship. I'll give him that because he does necessarily see. That's the thing where he and his, and I haven't read all of the Order MKO, but I've heard numerous podcasts with him and stuff. And the guy, I mean, I'll give him credit where credit's due.
He's good.
He's
amazing.
His scholarly work,
yeah, phenomenal.
He
connects dots, and I was like, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Yeah, I was talking to a prosecutor down here.
Okay.
And I was telling him, I was like, oh yeah, I mentioned in this guy's book, there's this connection to this Russian guy, to this company, that's this holding company over here. And he's like, he goes, okay, why are you looking for this guy? And I'm like, I say to my buddy, not my buddy, but I said, I want to find this man because I want to discuss with him this books that he read, like the books in the forbidden library of the Lenin Library in Moscow. Like this, when Dugin was young, he was given a forged library card, and he read one.
You dropped the D word. Oh no.
Yeah. So he would. It's like I love the guy. All right.
I Russian professor. You don't know, now you know. I bring you bomb. You exchange for the book. You got the book. I Russian professor. My beard though, it's not epic enough. It needs to be more epic.
I don't think he sounds like that. He sounds cool.
I mean, I'm very prototypical. That was prototypical right there. Stereotypical.
You're insulting. That man speaks like 10 languages. All right. Yeah, he's a super genius.
He's brilliant. He is, but he's also insane.
Insane. He wrote this like bit of pornography about like murdering somebody, and it's like the sexual act of killing somebody and bonding through that. And I was like, oh gosh, he's one of these losers.
Well, I mean, he is a Satanist, so
yeah, there we go.
Let's not touch that subject. Let's not.
He's a Thulian. He's a Thulian. He's not exactly a Satanist, but yeah. So
anyway, go.
They're not Satanists. They just have an entirely different belief system. They think that they're waiting for an enlightened master, which is like this Nietzschean Uberman.
Yeah.
Which I really would love to think is me.
Oh my.
To come forward and help them take over the world or something like that.
Well, if it's you and you're on a podcast with me, you got a long way to go, bro.
It's like I'm trying to contact Duke, and I was like, oh, hey, man, like I fit all the things for the Antichrist spelled with an E.
Anti.
The anti.
Like what is that? Like
okay, it's an entity.
That's awkward.
Second Thessalonians 2:6. It's an entity. It's he who denied. Right. And it's or they who deny. It's like the oppositional force to consolidation of power by the Israeli government, or the Sabbatean secret group. Yeah.
Oh! You did it again. The subject that Livingstone doesn't want to touch.
Oh, you'll be branded as an anti-Semite. You even briefly mention him. Rabbis, like I said before, ignore that he ever existed. My best Sabotage Zavi. Or Zavi. Yeah.
Yeah. You said that. You said that really early. Yeah, you said that.
You mention him, and the rabbis will not speak about it. They'll ignore it. Right? My close friend, who my mother would unaffectionately refer to as the fat Jew. Like, poor Eric.
I mean, did he really like pastrami and rice sandwiches that much? Did he
no.
Rubens.
No. We were both. He and I both ate a lot. All right, we were connoisseurs of food, but he wasn't an overeater. It's just something had happened when he was younger and he gained a bunch of weight and he never
Uh,
lost it because
ugh,
it's like it takes discipline to do the exercise, and he
yeah.
ended up lapsing. He was getting in shape for a while there, and his best friend and like adopted brother was kidnapped and sent off to a torture camp.
What the
Yeah, yeah. It was a friend of mine.
what?
He was seen. Yeah, it was a good buddy of mine named Chris Sutton. Chris, if you type in Survivors of Paradise Cove and Christopher Sutton in a Google search, you'll find this guy. He was this. His dad was in this cult called Mind Spring or Life Spring. It's Life Spring,
Hmm.
and they had been the ones that had a whole bunch of kids sent off to be tortured
Jesus.
in Fiji or some in Samoa and shit like that. Tortured. It's like, why would you do that to a fucking kid?
That's disgusting. Yeah.
We're gonna teach these kids to be good.
Oh, hey, whoa. There goes the MK Ultra and the stuff that you were trying to bring into the psyops with Thomas Aquino, and he was trying
Yeah.
to do the opposite of the MK Ultra. He was trying to do the opposite of that. So he was trying to get the societal compliance on you don't even know what's happening, so it's going to go and it's going to approach your subconscious. So it's going to get
Yeah.
into your subconscious. Like he was more so into like
What has been
if we
seen cannot be unseen.
right if we show you shades of green one day, if we show you different shades of blue the other day, if we show you that and then you attach these acts to it or you attach these things to it, then you'll start to subconsciously think that these things are going to be okay. So then when you
Mhm.
see these different shades of these colors, automatically your brain will start it was almost like you wanted to get in the MK Ultra, you wanted to malevolently get the Pavlovian response, whereas in that tolerant benevolence, which is ultimately in a lot of ways more wicked than the malevolent force, you're gonna trigger those responses. So
Well,
you're gonna get that
have
Pavlovian
everybody
response.
conditioned like
See,
animals.
yeah, yeah, Animal Farm, George Orwell. I mean, it was right there, hidden in black and white on printed on paper in his book, and it was all the interplay. And then when I heard him talk about on how he embraced the Church of Satan, and on how it was okay for him to do that stuff to children to see how they were predisposed to whatever he
Yeah.
was trying to do. And then he took it another level, then he took it to adults, and seeing the correlation there. I mean, that guy was just, that's a whole nother level of wicked. That's just
So
that's
I didn't read that much. I didn't need to. Okay. It was
yeah.
like I heard the story about the Presidio and stuff like that. What ended up making the link for me was that game Vampire the Masquerade that I played when I was in the 90s. The writer wrote about these secret
Oh yeah, you
societies.
talked about, yeah.
So
Eyes wide shut type stuff.
yeah, a genius. Right out in front for everybody to see. Since the game's almost over, it's not a problem talking about the game.
Not the
So
rapper. Not the
yeah,
rapper.
I was invited. I told you how I was invited to go to the lodges by a guy who suggested I go and read the Lesser Keys of Solomon. It was like, here's your introduction to basic demonology.
Yeah. Yeah. You did say, yeah.
It was like,
No wisdom of Solomon.
there's no wisdom there. So I always took it for them to actually be discussing that there was the conceptualization of demons back then would have been math programs like a
Hmm.
master of 72 demons could be a nice way of saying I understand 72 natural forces such as the discussion of acceleration,
This
right?
always really
Well,
kind of intrigued me on
yeah,
how Eastern cultures and Native Americans and all that kind of stuff. And I really try to stay. I like the ancient alien stuff, but a lot of that stuff is just hokey ass
it,
nonsense.
But
Um,
it gets even more nonsense when you go and you read on things like the Tetragrammaton,
what the
which are
hell's
like
that?
the Tetragrammaton is like your standard like satanic symbol of a pentacle. In the Tetragrammaton, it's got a septagram, which is a seven-sided star.
Yeah.
And within it, there's like these names of various angels.
Mm-hmm.
Daughter for references to children of light, and so daughters of
Oh
light.
yeah. Okay.
And then like these are names that are given to like the various
Yeah.
positions
Yeah.
of
The
the star.
Celestials.
Yeah, and as you break your way down, the guy who's supposed to be able to um, be the chosen one for the Israelis,
Mm-hmm.
he's supposed to be able to do this ritual where he burns a red cow. Have you ever heard about this? The sacrifice of the red calf?
From South Park. Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay, I didn't
That's how I
hear
knew
about it
it.
from South Park.
Sorry. That's because I'm a stupid American. That's where I heard it from first.
Okay. What is it about on South Park? Is it about
Oh, it is. It is something special. Cartman
okay?
dresses. Cartman paints a red calf, and they all come together in Israel to celebrate. And
The
the
birth.
official symbol is not the coexist symbol. It ends up being none other than Van Halen. I
And
mean,
talking about love. All
if
right,
if anybody's going to unite the world, why not, right?
sure, why not?
So I
So
mean, by this point, why not?
so just give it reinvent the world. What is this? It's like I feel really bad for this guy. Who's fucking this job's gonna suck. Whoever it is. All right.
He's gonna be like these guys are autistic.
Yeah, he doesn't know any better. You know, he stumbled into this shit. So he woke up and he was there. It's kind of like when you're a little child and you wake up and you're like, I'm a human being.
What do I do today?
Yeah, what do I do?
Go
Yeah.
go go do things that kids do.
It's like, why did you learn that first word? What was that feeling that you had? You know, these are
Oh
memories that are lost,
yeah,
right? That first joy, that
yeah,
kind of thing.
man, those are some
Yeah,
good memories.
exactly. These are deep, fundamental things that build and create a person.
Yeah, those are some good things.
Yeah. So we gotta hope that that guy's got a lot of good things in him
Yeah, yeah.
because this shit's gonna get dark. Like we got a global population problem.
I
We've
don't
got
think so. I don't
well,
see. I don't see the global. I think that whole
it's the
depopulation
loss of
agenda
nature.
that stuff
It's
scares the shit out
it's
of
the
me.
loss of nature and people like firewood is an example.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Um,
see,
you
that's kind of where I was going with the whole Eastern culture, or well, Eastern culture.
the population of Kenya is going to have like a fucking 500,000 people, a 500,000,000 people in another 10 years, 20 years. The global theoretical population maximum that we can handle is 10 billion. The oceans are already showing signs that they are buckling. All right. Um, Rivers are running dry. The Muslims say that when the River Jordan runs dry, the world ends. Right. So I wanted to get baptized in that thing by the Mandaeans.
Why the Mandaeans?
The Mandaeans claim to be the descendants of John the Baptist's flock,
Saint John?
and
Yeah.
yeah, and that their beliefs are. You talked about heresy before. Their beliefs were that Jesus was actually the son of an evil genie, and that he swindled them out of them becoming the promised people and inheriting the earth.
Wow, that's some tribal stuff right there.
Yeah, yeah. they've still kept their faith though.
Also, who touched on that? And I've never even heard about him before.
Is that?
Dr. David Livingstone.
Oh,
He
did he talk
talks
about
about the Mandaeans.
Did he say that core belief?
I don't know if he said that core belief.
Okay. He did
Hold
not.
on.
That was one thing that he skipped. He tiptoed around.
Okay.
They don't talk about it with people outside of their community, and God knows how I fucking found out because I can't find the notes.
Holy, I mean, I don't even know.
I get like I would meet people from like other religions online, and I'd have conversations with them and stuff like that. And sometimes I would pick up weird things from people that did that.
That's
yeah.
That's actually really interesting. That's actually really cool.
So it's like,
I mean, the fact that you have other conversations with other human beings, not use it just for OnlyFans, is a feat unto of itself, right?
I was able to, being a snake on the internet, I was able to contact Fred Brennan and fuck with him for a little bit because I wanted to understand. Fred Brennan, the guy who created the QAnon movement.
Really?
Yeah, he made that.
I had no idea that it was somebody who
he was like a game master.
That's a bullshit. Yeah.
He was, so this kid ended up, he also created the incel movement. He wanted to make the whole world hurt. Yeah, he wanted to make the whole world hurt like he hurt.
Oh.
So, yeah, he has a bone disease and he's like in terrible pain and suffering. He's all gimpy.
What?
Yeah, he's 120 something breaks. He suffered and he joked around that he wanted to be a wizard. And I guess he found out about the John D. Wizard shit. That kid, you know what he made? He made a program to go and do script fonts. So I sometimes wonder if he did that so he could write his Enochian letters. Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, that's next level. Cool.
So yeah, he
psychopathic, but it's cool.
Yeah, it's like the people that are connected to this shit influence the world. This person actually pushed things and made the whole world move.
Mm-hmm. But have you ever heard? I know the whole QAnon thing gets memed all over the place. I mean, it's a continuous meme, just like the beloved Pepe the Frog / Keck. But it gets to the point where it gets so tiring because
but there are aspects of it that are true when they talk about you see, that's just the thing. It's
there's nuggets of truth everywhere. Yeah.
Okay. So, but at the same, it supports Donald Trump, who's entirely a Zionist.
No, you don't say.
Yeah.
Breaking news again, Thomas.
Yeah, so it's like, why are there a bunch of Nazis trying to help these people do their thing?
Wait, in the Ukraine?
In the United States as well.
Oh, in the United States.
Yeah.
Because
right now
that's the only thing they have to identify as, because they don't have anything else, because they're rootless as they're the one they want to LARP as. They're rootless cosmopolitans instead of
they have a legitimate belief system in this, that their people are not reproducing, and that their leaders of business, as their society, demands cheap labor to do the things that they do not wish to do. And so,
welcome to the communist revolution.
So this is Europe. All right, and they use cheap African labor in a lot of places.
Well, yeah, and Chinese labor.
Yeah, well, wherever they can get it, and
right. That's the exploitation. That's like you said, the value cost of labor, or well, it's not only the value cost, but it's. I mean,
there are tolerable limits. There are tolerable limits. I personally think if I'm making more than 1% off of somebody else's work and labor, I know that I'm robbing them.
Yeah, but you're also
I rob a lot of people.
But you're ethical. Well, I mean, you see, the thing is like a good person wants to rob somebody like Jeff Bezos because they're bad.
I've,
I mean, if you're going to boil it down to basic ethics, that's like one of the, you know,
Is it okay? Now, how bad is bad? All right. Now, Jeff
right.
Bezos, the
Well,
way
but
he's
yeah,
affected,
there's
yeah,
I mean, there's
it
degrees of
becomes
good, there's
interesting.
degrees of bad too.
It was like there's degrees of evil. How evil is Bezos? I don't think
But
Bezos
there's
is bad
also
either.
but
All right.
there's also it's just black and white, and he exploits people. So if you think that's just like the worst thing next to murder, then you're going to go after him, right?
I'm a landlord, so this whole come after people thing kind of gets to me.
Oh boy.
All right. So, we get a little bit taking advantage of people,
Mm-hmm.
right, and trying to exploit people for one of their personal benefit.
And
And
I think that's where a lot of the whole isms all come into play when it comes to American society. And when people don't realize on how the structure is built, they all of a sudden want to jump to, oh well, this is racism, or this is
their
classism, or this
their
is some kind of
communities, I've watched in South Florida the black communities that were exploited, redlined communities, the school systems that are total failures,
yeah. I mean,
deliberately designed to be that way.
yeah.
All right.
No, I mean, there is definitely legitimate exploitation, and
Right. The black
there is.
community, yeah, they would give at one point, up until like the 50s or 60s, they would give them the used school books.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as grimy and as grubby as it can be, and you get my trash.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, there's a lot of, and America has a history of crushing poverty, especially in the South.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you're at that bottom level of society,
Oh yeah.
I guess tribalism develops.
Well, but see, I mean, and they're lo and beholds the Jews, because they did that, and they had
Oh,
that throughout history, and they had to live through the ghettos, and they had to be kicked out of how many countries, and they had this, they had that, and oh, woe is me. But
oh,
the rootless cosmopolitan parasitism that obviously a lot of white nationalists want to get away from. They don't want that reflection on their society or
yeah,
their tribe, right? So it does dwindle down to a tribal contention, and it
yeah.
does get back to somebody's basic core instinct.
The gay,
And
the effeminate, perceivedly effeminate intellectual, or the
oh well, yeah, that's an archetype.
fucking the United States has deeper issues than that.
Yeah.
Its society has an incredibly inequitable distribution of wealth. It has a seeming maliciousness towards its neighbors,
Mm-hmm.
and is demonstrated by its simultaneous uh, illegalization of narcotics while simultaneously smuggling in and distributing those narcotics.
Mm-hmm.
This demonstrates a deeper issue than intellectuals versus jocks versus nerds. All
Well,
right.
look at veterans that step out of line who were in the Afghanistan war, and if they step out of line and say something, oh, that might be a conspiracy theory. Well, we were just over there defend or standing guard in poppy fields. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
were you? Oh yeah, they used it for opium production. We were basically just on the front lines of opium
Garbage.
production. Well, how
Yeah.
dare you be a conspiracy theorist and talk about the Bush family that way? So all of a sudden, it's not talking about a presidential office, but now you're talking about people who are exploiting defense contractors and entire governments to make a
Yeah.
profit. And then,
Root and Brown. When my first job down here was, I was working at this law firm, and our number one customers were like Enron, Kellogg, Brown and Root, and Halliburton. And I thought to myself, I'm in the belly of the beast.
mm-hmm.
And the war is just starting to kick off. And
that was a while ago.
yeah, all right. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I hear these stories about them charging the U.S. government $99 to do a bag of laundry. And it's like that's taxpayer money.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well, of course it is.
yeah. So that these people, Rob, these were blue bloods. Okay, so like before you go and throw around the J word and shit like that, the people that did that shit, all right, those were blue bloods.
Oh
They're
yeah.
your own people, but they did work with the Mossad. Apparently, there's a connection with the Mossad and this whole
Same.
thing to go and
Yep.
perpetuate these series of events to bring us to these moments now.
Mm-hmm.
They used these. The Jewish community are geniuses. All
Well,
right,
if you think about modern American Protestantism and how Zionist cucked they are, and tie that back to the Mossad and the pure Anglo vein that runs through that, all of that.
they've used America's lust for vice,
Yep.
conquer it. All right, to the taken away its dignity. But America has done this to other people too.
Right.
All right, well, how did we get what we had? Slave labor in the South, exploitation, all right, and murder of Native American people. All right. So who's a bigger fucking monster? The guys that want to teach everybody to go and loosen up, all right, or the people that went and killed all the buffalo so that they could starve people to death.
Yeah. Who's the bigger exploiter? I mean,
Yeah.
and that's what they say about, that's and that's the thing. Like when you talk to these people who are so inundated with the JQ, and then they're like, oh well, don't you see that the slave ships had the bird kind of names on them? And I'm like, okay, that's, you have a point there, sure, but do you have a constructive way to go about exploiting this and saying something that's constructive about this, or are you just gonna go
It's an
on another?
intercontinental business with high profit margins where
Right. Are you just
you're
gonna go?
something like 5,000% return on investment.
Well, but that's just
Better.
it. Are you gonna prove this in an economical context that's gonna make constructive sense, or are you just gonna go on and on about a hate filled rant that's not gonna make any sense to anybody?
Societies are monstrous. When the Spanish conquistadors started doing everything, it was a Jesuit priest that suggested slavery first.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, oh my God, what have I done?
A Jesuit
Right.
priest?
Yeah, Jesuit priest while over there
Talk a,
suggested
talk about
that.
another JQ. Therein lies a huge
This
exploitation
this
of.
is this is like the early 1500s. This is way before D even got his transmissions.
And the
All right.
thing is that
Then
that's the other part of the puzzle that
D,
people
D, D when he
don't
got his
realize.
yeah D got his when he got his transmissions. They sent the guy who discovered Nova Scotia. Was sent there under direction by these angel entities. And so there's like a lake over in Nova Scotia named after John D, and that's why. So they were directed there by a demon that they found named Gargat, and that this entity was later killed by the assembled angels with like laser beams. And John Edward Kelly is narrating what he's seeing inside of this crystal ball, by the way, to John D. So there is the possibility that John D is a fucking idiot that's believing this con man who's staring into this crystal. Now, this con man, mind you, killed like 4 men, 4 German knights in duels.
Teutonic Knights?
Badasses, yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
Teutonic Knights
Yeah,
they
he
were
killed like three
heretics.
or four of them in duels later on.
Yeah, they
So
were
he
heretics,
was
but they were
he was
badasses.
he was an alchemist, and he is missing the tips of his ears, but he apparently had the ability to kill people in duels. I don't know how. I'd love to read that historical account. How did Edward Kelly not die this time? How he dies is terrible. He ended up falling. He was stuck in the wizard's tower, never to escape until he produced the gold that they demanded from him. But he didn't have the recipe to make any more of the Philosopher's Stone because John Dee had taken the book.
Dang.
Yeah. And John Dee left the book to his son Arthur Dee, and then Arthur Dee shut that awful fucking author Dan Brown, who I hate.
Oh, the guy who wrote like Angels and
Trash.
Demons and
Yeah,
the Da
the
Vinci Code
trash.
and all that
The
stuff. Okay.
trash. Yeah, the guy who wrote the trash. So he I was
now
whenever I
you're
heard the
pissed.
plot,
You lost your
I was
train of
like,
thought. You got pissed.
whenever
You're
I
like,
heard the plot to it, I was like, what is this fucking vomit? What is this vomit that the people are eating? You're eating this vomit? This literary garbage. Ah, it's horrible. So it makes no sense. So
this is
he
terrible.
it's terrible. So he actually had John Dee's alchemy book decoded recently, so he has the secret to the Philosopher's Stone and shit like that. I would have found the code in like 5 seconds. It was the easiest thing. It was something I would do in a D&D game. The fucking code was the last sentence.
Of the book?
Yeah. 42 characters.
Not Warhammer 40K, just 42 characters.
42 characters. And after you did the 42 character key, all right, you were able to then go and shoot, read the rest of the encrypted message. Yeah, that's pretty fucking cool, huh?
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, so John Dee, his signature was 007 for a reason.
Oh.
Yeah. Dun, 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 cryptography. All right, so
he also did the what you call it? What's the other thing that we talked about? It wasn't cryptography, numerology, tied to numerology.
I have to read into that shit.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty incredible. How he tied the numbers to the letters and then just built all kinds of wood structures out of that.
It's like, what the hell?
It's like what is that? I don't even know.
Yeah, I one time said that intelligent people communicate on multiple levels. That man communicated in multiple dimensions.
Yeah, he was people white nationalists are going, well, the Jews did it and stuff, and it's like, no, dude, you haven't. This is not even the first level of autism. You're not even on the first. You're not even at the pre-boss. Like you're this is preseason right now. Like that's all you're doing is kicking the ball around, and you're playing you're playing with yourself. You're not even graduating yet. So
I think they're right in some ways. The all right, so Dee sets forth a series of events to create the apocalypse, right? And whatever that might be. And the Zevites come around like 50 years later, right? To go and play their part in this whole thing too. And all of it was in an agreement made by Cromwell with the Jewish people that he will give them back Israel and Jerusalem, blah, 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 and build God's temple on earth.
The third temple.
Yeah. And
which
I'm totally
has been memed to hell.
And the rabbis, the more traditionalist rabbis, are like, we're going to kill off everybody that's not us. It's like, ooh, ow, that ain't cool, man.
That's a long-standing prophecy.
Why you always got to go and kill your neighbors?
Well, but speaking about Russia and Ukraine, that's what a lot of people think the Ukraine's going to be for, and why we're pumping money into it. It's going to build the third temple on, and as an Orthodox Christian, God's true where God's true church is, the Orthodox Church. That's what we believe to be the true spiritual Israel. That's it. That's our home, is the true church, and the Orthodox Church is that holy church on earth. So when two Orthodox countries are attacking each other and taking over each other's land and brother
There's an
versus brother.
area in north of Moscow called New Jerusalem.
Well,
Yeah.
the third Fatima, the third consecration of Rome, or the third consecration of Russia. All
Okay.
that good stuff. They definitely wanted, the Catholics definitely want to move in, and there's Chrislam, which Livingstone is not shy. See, that's the weird part is he's shy about talking about the tiny hats, but he's not shy about talking about the other tiny hats. Well, who am I saying? Come on, the
Who?
Jesuits, the Catholic
Oh,
order.
yeah.
They literally wear tiny hats, and people think, oh well, they're just
So what's
wearing
up with
mitre.
them?
So what's up with them is that the third Fatima is, it's see, the Fatimas are always weird because here's the thing: when we conceptualize grace and miracles outside of the Orthodox Church, according to our saints, our holy fathers, and the way the ascetic life is passed down, as I'm talking about this, drinking the devil's juice right here. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
Just
alcohol is bad, and if you
it's
drink alcohol, you're bad too.
you're bad too.
I'm trying to I cut out alcohol from my life for about 6 months, and it was fucking phenomenal.
Yeah,
You should try it sometime. I
I
should go back to that.
one's coming up for me, so that's a given. But
Yeah.
so here's the thing: they the Protestants do this in a weird way. They go all
Get
apocalyptic.
to
They go
Fatima.
all
Get
end
to
of
the Fatima
days.
thing. What's the thing
So
about the Jesuits and the Fatima?
now we're gonna bounce back to the Catholic version of this.
Yeah.
So the Fatima is obviously it was three children's vision of having the
About
Theotokos.
the end of the world. What was the third one? Yeah. The
Well,
Niñas, and then two of them died, and one of them lived to be like
yeah,
old age.
and they saw Mother Mary, right? So
Yeah.
they saw Mother Mary with the newborn baby Jesus, right? Come down to earth and speak to her. Well, people say that's a CIA front. That's a CIA psyop.
The CIA didn't exist at that time. Fast forward.
I mean, it's the internet, dude. You hear all kinds of.
They're idiots. Okay.
It's funny though, but anyway, it's a good time. So the third Fatima is basically making up for the first two and consecrating Russia because what happened via that time period, obviously Rome has become the Roman Catholic Church, so Rome is now inside of Rome as it's carrying on the Babylonian mystery religion, the Catholic Church. And now that's turned inside out because what happened between Constantinople had to move to, come on,
Istanbul, I don't know.
Constantinople is Istanbul right now, currently.
Yeah.
But
Constantinople was a name for the Eastern Holy Roman Empire.
Constantine.
Yeah,
Emperor
Constantine. Yeah, his mom was the PR agent behind the entire thing. His early version of the church, when he became Christian, was cynical at best. Didn't he then go and set forth and start killing off like all Gnostic Christian groups and stuff?
Yeah, all heretical. Yeah, the Arian. I mean, you had all. Anyway.
Yeah,
so
anybody with a difference of opinion.
Now you had to move it. Now you had to move it to Kievan Rus. So now you had to have the new holy center of Orthodox Christianity moved to the Kievan Rus, and then, or no, I'm sorry, no, that's not it. St. Petersburg. So it had to move to Constantinople, to St. Petersburg, to now the third Rome is Moscow. And they've always kind of declared the third Rome to be Moscow. So now the Catholic Church in turn wants to consecrate the third Fatima into Moscow.
You know what? I can agree with this. Why not? Sure.
I totally disagree with it.
Go ahead. What does it mean? What does it mean?
What does it mean?
What does it all mean?
I mean that's.
You think the Russians beat Israel?
No, I don't think that's what it's about at all.
what's 1, 2, 3? What are we fighting for? All right.
Yeah, yeah, but see, that's the thing. Like the end goal is obviously an archetypical antichrist because of bringing about.
Why do I have to be archetypical?
Not you,
No, that's me, man.
but the
So my goal was
anti.
okay. My goal was, well,
Emphasis
he's
on the
supposed to be the one
E.
that denies the anti. He's supposed to be the one that denies, and we get
Antithesis.
confused. It literally says this in the book written by Leo whatever his name is.
Zagami.
So Leo Zagami.
Zagami. How
His
can you
wife,
not to say
his,
it? You got to
his
say it.
wife, his wife
Zagami.
is beautiful and sweet and wonderful.
It's a Leo. A Leo Zagami.
So she, oh man,
You got to have some
so
Mediterranean in you. You got to have the flavor.
that guy is he's pretty cool. So he was doing this one thing, and he was like, yes, if I one of you in this audience, I know you are possessed by demons, so I have a
Oh wow.
fragment of a saint. Like, that guy's like next level fucking theatrics. I appreciate his shit.
Well, I mean, he's got a thick Italian accent. So I mean that right there already gets my. I'm like, oh, this dude knows something about spaghetti. I'm gonna listen to him.
Yeah.
Like, he's
So
gotta know.
a couple of my friends down here are like that guy too, and I was like, oh yeah, I know a bunch of this shit also. So the Zagami doesn't mention everything either, but he mentions a lot. All right, he's
well,
really
I mean,
good.
he seems like he's pretty pissed off at the Catholic Church. So I think he seems like he's gonna mention a lot.
Yeah, he doesn't like the certain Jesuit views on, I guess, sexual identity or something like that, because the current pope's
Gee, I
very
wonder why.
inclusive.
Because they seem like such a stable organization, right?
Well, the Pope, the Jesuits aren't on board with the child diddling. The previous Pope, not Jesuit, the guy who was a Hitler Youth, that one. He just died.
Yeah.
So he was, what a tragedy.
Ratzinger.
So Ratzinger. He even has a villain's name. So he was like,
he does look like a Bond villain. Yeah.
He even has a fucking villain's name.
And he wore a tiny hat.
Tiny hat and Hitler Youth. All right, and so this guy was
a guy who wore a tiny hat being the
he helped in that whole heresy with the child diddling priest going hiding. All right, and that there was like apparently even this like heretical culture of like fucking weird gay priests and shit like that.
Oh gee.
All right, yeah, it's like, okay, well, that's your thing. There was this experiment that they did with a nunnery, and the nunnery became like a bunch of hardcore like lesbians once. Like, these women are possessed. I was like, yes, send me in.
You are a true Catholic if you say that.
Send me to the nunnery.
Oh, only. I can't. Oh, the poor guy that's got to go back. The FBI agent that's got to listen to this. I don't know if he's going to get enjoyment out of this. You certainly were out of your shirt, though. He's going to love your shirt. I mean, I'm going to say that right now. Brought to you by Amazon.com.
Oh, Jeff Bezos might hear this one day.
He might hear this one day. I doubt that he ever will, because he doesn't care about people who like to be human beings.
Pretty sure. Yeah, Jeff Bezos. It's like the simulated personality of Jeff Bezos, which is in itself a simulation of a personality.
Beep boop, beep boop. Oh man. Oh no. Now we're gonna multiverse his personality now. He's not that good of a.
Maybe the robot will pass through an uncanny valley mirror and become like an actual human being.
Interesting.
It's like, I have one thing that you'll never have, Jeff Bezos. What's that?
A personality.
A soul.
A soul.
That's the machine dying as it's unplugged. He doesn't get Daisy. He gets the robot insulting him. Sell out.
Is he an iPhone? Is he an iPhone or is he an Android?
what phone he uses. He probably uses an Apple, hyper or that's customized and hyper secured. He's like targeted by intelligence agencies around the world.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Yeah, these men,
Oh,
men at that stage and that level of power have people like the Saudi royal family coming to fuck with them.
do you
So
mean that literally or figuratively?
no, I mean it literally. Remember, Jeff Bezos and his wife had a divorce because his private affair and stuff like that was exposed. And and the wife is like,
Oh,
"Yeah,
damn.
I'm not having it no more." And that was exposed and done to cause him harm by Saudi intelligence
But
because
he's a
the
tiny head.
Washington Post.
He can't be having affairs with no
Yeah, man. Because
Mensch.
great kings never had more than one wife.
Oh yeah, that's that happened all the time.
Listen,
Yeah,
if him and his wife are down to clown and shit like that,
yeah, never happened. I mean, come on,
Yeah,
man. I mean,
it's like it's okay. So like this girl that I'm getting out of Cuba is going to be fun.
good for you.
Oh my God, it's like, are you innocent? No. Good.
Was that your opening
Oh
line? Was that the opening line?
my God. Are you innocent? No. Good.
Ugh.
No, it was the opening lines were, what was your favorite book? What kind of books do you like to read? She likes romance, she said, and mysteries. I'm like, I like romantic mysteries too, and exploring a woman.
Wow,
That was a good line.
that's a good line.
Got
Oh,
it. But it was kind of a dry conversation. I came back later and was like, "Oh, hey, I'm really into the occult and weird shit," and she was like, "So am I." And
so,
here's my altar to my saints, and here's my mom's fucking voodoo priestess.
oh,
Yeah. And this girl's
so,
like, talking
so,
tongues, get possessed by ghosts kind of shit.
oh, that's nice. So then
Yeah.
she's like, "So you're telling me you watch a lot of Seinfeld? Got it."
We're gonna have to watch Seinfeld in the office. It was like, um, I have to figure this shit out.
The
So like
Office,
we're going.
The Office is
So
kind of unbearable for a
I
few
told
seasons. You don't want to do that.
so
It's kind of,
I told her my evil plans.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's like how we're going to take over the world, one world currency. You know, nah, I can't. That one won't work. But I can make a lot of money. Um,
the
so
aluminum and
um,
bricks in Cuba.
actually, equals one way of doing it. It's more like the ability of me to pull rare strategic resources out of the developing world at a third of the price. When I was a young man, I saw a thing about like a guy living in the bush of Africa buying conflict diamonds. He looks like one of
Blood
my friends
diamonds.
from
Yeah.
school. Yeah, he's a big fat guy sitting in a forest, sweating his balls off, and he's got two giant, well-armed men next to him. He's got a trailer, and in the trailer is a bunch of garbage, like chainsaw. He's selling chainsaws and power tools and pornography and things that these people can't get out in the bush. And so they bring up to him, they're like, "We have this," and they'll open up their hand with some toilet paper, and inside the toilet paper is the diamond. And he'd look at the diamond, examine the diamonds, and then throw it into a bucket filled with other diamonds of about that size.
Hmm.
Bucket. You'd sort them by the bucket. And he had a lot of wares in this, and he told the people what he could take, and they would take it, and then they would leave. Because he's getting these stones, they're not necessarily good stones, but they could be good stones. And he's does a quick street evaluation of what is going to be done with this. And what you might get from a cutter. And so I don't know what he sells those stones to the cutters for, or if it's used by De Beers, purchased by De Beers to keep the diamonds off the international market.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But what I did understand is that the man who was brave enough to go into the deepest hearts of the jungle to go and make his fortune will find his fortune.
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes it's dead. That's a shitty fortune cookie.
Oh,
Right.
fortune cookie.
Yeah. So I'm going into dangerous territory.
Ah, okay. I see. Okay, I see what you're
into
saying.
into a world that is satanic occultists trying to bring about a global apocalypse working alongside Nazi organizations that have murder parties in eastern Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. The Azov Battalion is one of them.
Yeah, it's like, what are we going to do this weekend? Let's go and have a war.
Well, but see, the other screwed up part about that is like I was talking to some Ukrainians, and I was like, I naturally, of course, I asked them. I was like, "So, are you guys Orthodox?" And they were like, "Well, yes, but no." And I'm like, "What does that mean?" Then they were like, well, some of us, and it was much like it mirrored fallen out Catholic response, American Catholic response. What it basically was, well, we don't believe in this anymore because of how the country's been ran and because of what it's brought about and because of how we've lost our faith basically. And I'm like, so what you're telling me is you've gone the way of the typical American Catholic. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, now you're supporting this. And they had the typical Azov Battalion kind of mentality. And I go, so you went from the truth to pagan demon worship. And they're like, no, that's not it at all. And I'm like, what do you think the black sun is? And they're like, well,
No,
that's not it at
no,
all.
that's different. That's part of Aryanism, Thulianism belief systems, and that the Aryans were a culture that conquered India, right? They existed,
Yeah, but that's
and
occultist, though. That's all occultism.
in their religion about man's innately being tied to nature and the earth and stuff like that, reincarnation cycles
Yeah,
was forbidden teachings by these people were killed and became like a secret religion.
yeah, I
And
understand that.
they tried to produce reason and rationality into a world without it.
But there is no
Um,
reasoning rationality with any of that.
yeah. So the this group though is, how can I say this? They're fighting for their identity
Hmm.
as their people will be assaulted by the hordes of migrants coming from the Middle East and
Hmm.
Africa,
They are.
as the great teeming masses of the developing world pour out looking for employment, and they will do anything for half of what you'll do it for.
I know, but the problem is that it's exploiting who we are, and it's exploiting the
And
tribes that people are rightfully mad at.
in this decadence, a society begins to decay
Hmm.
and they stop breeding. And this is the American paradox.
Hmm.
And they become supplanted and replaced with
Well,
breeding.
it's not just an American paradox, though. It seems to
Yeah.
be a developed world paradox, and the
Yeah.
problem is that the other side of the coin is people don't want to talk about, I guess you could say, an isolated paradox in Japan, where people are like, well, they're an ethno state, but they have entirely their own issues.
I
Suicide is off the charts.
God, their society. I was told about how their society
It's
works by a guy who's probably a rapist. And he was describing it to me like this: you go to work and you get to work early in the morning, have a person yell at you about what kind of piece of shit you are.
Oh, that's
And what
good.
it is. why you should have to work harder and that you're slack on the company. And then they'll have you do exercise. And then they'll proceed to yell at you some more and then have you work for the next 12 hours to then go and get in a tube to drive back to your house.
Mm-hmm.
You're company man, you're grinding, boring. What is your existence? In this artificiality. Then you're supposed to go and get drunk with your bosses in this artificially designed culture for them. And it's just not a, it's for some, it's not a happy existence and it's sterile. And then you have this society that's like, when you look at it too, it's like city as far as the eye can see.
Mm-hmm.
They're disgusting. It's like, where are the trees?
Yeah, and that's the weird part. That's the weird part too. There's where I was going with that whole tie-in with Eastern culture, those Eastern cultures in nature, and the angels and the demons that they saw, kind of naturally progressing in nature. They didn't necessarily. I guess they didn't necessarily tie good and evil forces to it. They more so saw it as a cycle.
Have you ever heard of the Philippine or met the Filipino people?
I know a few. I met a few Filipinos.
Okay, their country is like robbed by the United States, like straight up robbed, and their nation's wealth has been pillaged in fucking ridiculous ways. At one point, somebody tried building a nuclear power plant on top of a volcano.
That's what?
They were held to be the nation of the Philippines, despite why would you do that? You have a volcano, there's a heat source there. You don't need a nuclear power plant. Why? This was done on purpose to scare the world about nuclear power and also to saddle billions of dollars of debt onto the Filipino people for a product that gave them nothing because it was never allowed to continue.
That's terrible. That's
next level. That's next level. Okay. So with that, you can begin to discover how does a nation like that get impoverished or enslaved.
Yeah.
The liberated slaves of Haiti were not welcomed by their American brothers.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, congratulations. I'm glad that you threw off the chains of your oppressors, but we'd like you to stay over there on your island. We have a lot of slaves over here.
Mm-hmm.
That country was, it wasn't doing that bad up to the 40s or 50s, and then the CIA put in like some psychopath that used voodoo to control the people. They made a movie about a Bond villain about him, like Papa Doc.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
View to a Kill.
Yeah. All right. No, Live and Let Die. I thought it was.
Was it Live and Let Die?
Yeah. Like in a way, it spoke about Papa Doc, but it wasn't. But it was, and so that guy ended up selling a bunch of Haiti's billions of dollars paid in reparations to France for the liberated slaves that liberated themselves in the land that the French stole. How dare you? I was like, that's so fucked up. Those people eat dirt cookies.
Mm-hmm.
They like true starvation. All right. I was like, oh, let's go and make some mud and add sugar and dry it out on cracked cement at this broken basketball court.
Well, did you hear about speaking of Haiti, did you hear about how much they hate the Clintons?
Oh, for all the money that was stolen from them? The billions of dollars?
Yep.
They
hate Hillary Clinton.
They got, and give the gold mine that's been shut down for 70 years, you can reopen it, but you got to give it to my brother.
Mm-hmm.
What?
They hate that entire family. Yep.
Yeah.
And people complain about Black Lives Matter over here.
Man, those people are next level evil.
Yep. The exploitation is just off the charts.
So, maximum trollage. So,
Well, if you look at it that way, it's more dark humor. It's
The
definitely more dark
her
humor.
smiles and her campaigns just make it so much worse now.
Oh my
Donald
god.
Trump is just he's a thief all to his own. He's just jealous of her game. She's on next level fucking oh my god.
Well, I
They
mean,
are
I'll give Trump that. At least he's not that kind of crazy.
what is all that for? That one daughter who will produce one child? You
Who,
know?
Ivanka?
Bill Clinton and them have one kid.
Oh, Chelsea, and they're not even sure that's his kid.
Yeah. So what is the purpose of all of this? One must ask oneself, what do you do these things that you do?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't
They
choose to
do.
try
Do
to
you do
understand.
evil just to do evil?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
you should fucking cynical. Another thing
Yeah?
that David Livingston doesn't speak about, um, the Mad Caliph and the Druze people. He's mentioned the Druze, but never really mentioned them.
Okay.
The Druze people, Druze, constitute something like 60 or 70% of the Israeli military.
Okay.
They're the Arabs that the Israel claims, look, these people joined us. The other ones won't. They don't count themselves as Arabs. They believe they're reincarnated people and they don't marry outside of their community.
Hmm.
And they are in the belief that they are disciples and descendants of these Mad Caliph and a great game that he set about when he broke the stone that the Muslims kiss
Mm-hmm.
and broke it in
Okay.
two. What the smaller piece is the one that's over in Mecca being eroded away one kiss at a time. And then the bigger one is was hidden in Solomon's temple in the well. And so the Knights Templars claimed that, so they're the ones that got that. Yeah.
Now, I know that there is the Muscovite tie to that. There's the Muscovite-Israeli pipeline. Did you know that?
No, tell me
No?
about that. How does that tie in with what I was just speaking about?
It does. It ties in. There is that Jewish Slavic connection. So
Oh yeah.
the crypto Jews who become Slavs
There, yeah.
use the Muscovite gang in order to feed, well, Israeli intelligence, and they
Oh,
become
okay.
dual agents and double spies. And once again, this is how you get some Bond villains. This is how you get some tall
Oh
tales,
man.
and how you get those stories.
Their country was so screwed. Like after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the United States should have been kind and benevolent and reached out and said, "Let me help you out, brother." You know,
To
to the Russia.
Russia, yeah.
Yeah. Instead, we sent in vulture capitalists. Instead, we sent in vulture capitalists that pillaged that nation, and we set them into poverty. Children were abandoned by their parents and left in the streets. All right.
Well, and see,
There are
and
cases
there's
of
the
little
other,
boys being raised by packs of wild dogs.
yeah. Well,
All
and see,
right.
there's the other thing that the white nationalists like to just harp on too. Um, and it's not to say any of this. I'm not anti my own people with any of this. That's not what I'm getting at. They want to harp on something like, well, the Holodomor is not taught in schools, but the Holocaust is. So why aren't you teaching the kids about the Ukrainian Holocaust, the
Oh, dude.
Holodomor, and not just the Holocaust, right? And the thing,
Mankind's inhumanity to man
yeah,
is. It's like
it's
the when I
absolute
found out that the
destruction everywhere.
Chinese were putting forced in utero devices into the
Damn,
peasantry of Mongolia of Tibet.
damn.
Yeah, and that they were sterilizing their people.
Are you going back to the whole Free Tibet campaign of the '90s?
Yeah, I think that that's not cool.
No, I mean, I agree, but But the thing is that it's that. See, and there's the thing. It's that forced eugenics for thee, but not for me. And it's just that point of no return. And see, that's where the things where I'm just like, okay, if they can sit there online and complain about other races of people and say these things and want to point out the falsehoods of these other people, but yet at the same time think that they're doing something good and beneficial for themselves unto their own people.
Everybody involved in this is guilty,
Right.
down to
Right,
the
but that's just it.
consumers.
Who are
Like
you pointing the finger at but yourself?
when America's collapse is because
It's
it was necessary. All right.
yeah.
If you wanted to turn the whole world wanted to move forward into the 21st century, and that means people don't want to run around naked in the bush anymore. You know,
You need
and
to
they
bring
want
them
to drink.
democracy.
They want to. But what are we bringing these people? Do they know what they do? Apparently, they have an ability to self-organize. You know, and leadership styles find their way to the top, and there's secret groups of intelligentsia that inspire these movements.
Hmm.
Um, Men in golf courses making decisions that systemically affect the entire world. Um, and I would hope that they're always making their decisions with the best of intent.
But they're not.
But they're not. Um, but they're not. Uh, the consequences wrought in second, third, and fourth step thought from their actions would have demonstrated that what you are doing is going to destroy the economics of your nation and empower an enemy.
Hmm.
But in the minds of some of these practitioners, they believe that the greater the destruction, the greater the renewal of a society. And that in order for us to achieve growth, it doesn't occur during periods of stagnation, it occurs during periods of conflict. And so, as to bring about that societal improvement and that metamorphosis, they must bring about conflict.
Hmm.
All right. Um, this is a necessary thing as countries like Russia lag behind private corporations in the development of the technologies that will control the world.
Hmm.
He with competent AI that one can interface with can do things unimaginable. You know, Market manipulations are come to my mind immediately. It's like with a few planted stories, one could cause an entire change of commodities markets overnight. All right. Red is the new blue shoppers, by and large, and everybody gets it. Um, that movie is Wally that I'm referring to. Uh, one could take a look at it and see it's like, well, we continue this industrialization and we continue feeding the teeming masses of the world. We're going to have new nations emerge, and they're going to have demands upon the resources in the region. They're not going to be efficient in their utilization, and they're going to be ham-fisted, and they're going to destroy their lands. And that's what we got. And now we have uh, agricultural collapses around the world looming, with uh, fertilizer shortages and bad rainfall. And we're looking at a global instability brought about by food shortages. And then I think about guys like Jim Swaggart.
I have no idea
The
who he is.
Jimmy Swaggart is like this television proselytizing preacher
Oh God.
that, yeah, he had made millions of dollars speaking, and he had a couple hookers or something like that. I don't know. And then he cried about how he had sinned, and they put him in jail for embezzlement. His wife wore a lot of makeup. Baker. I think it's Baker who I'm talking about. Anyways, he became a television preacher and
Televangelist.
yeah, televangelist again after he got out of prison, and he always tried selling these food boxes. Then he talked about how Trump was ordained by God and that Trump would win, and so
Oh,
like for some they saw it as a miracle for his prophetic visions. Meanwhile, nobody said the same thing about that big fat guy, Michael Moore, saying that I think Trump stands a chance because there's a lot of very disenfranchised people here in America that don't
oh,
appreciate the
gee, I
Clintons.
wonder. I wonder what Michael Moore meant by that comment.
Well, Michael Moore is pro-union and he's against
I
the
know.
movement. The Clinton sellout's one of the ones that hurt the most. When she first came, so when her and her husband first came to office in '92, they were talking about creating national medical insurance in the USA, and
Mm-hmm.
everybody laughed at them. And I was like, that sounds great. And um, they were good intents in the beginning, and then they just became evil, I guess.
Well, but the neocons always like to sell that as you can't nationalize this because we're making too much money out of the exploitation.
Uh,
But
Here,
then,
eat
but
your heroin pills.
but
Eat your
but but
time-released opiates. I
but then
swear
you
they're
need
not
to
addictive.
but then you need to rope in the Zionists with that with the neocons. But then you need to blame the Democrat Party for exploiting and baiting the races, and then it's just a vicious cycle all over again. It's just a continuous cycle of chaos. That's all
Well,
really
listen,
boils down to.
were they really baiting the races? Let's be honest here. There used to be um, mobile kill squads. All right,
For
blacks communities being policed by heavy-handed white communities.
oh yeah,
There were instances where they dropped bombs on a religious group's home in an
yeah.
inner city. So people like to talk about, oh my God, Ruby Ridge and the other ones, verifiable cults. Like the way that they treat the African American community in the United States is abhorrent. And there's a reason why they backed up such countries as the South African apartheid movement. But then again, let's go and take a look at what happened in Africa when they instituted some of these ridiculous policies. They had people competing against African Americans that would have never competed against them before, and they lost. And that scares a good chunk of the white population. I think that they'll end up living in a trailer because they're non-competitive. You know,
Oh, they'll never
yeah,
get anywhere.
yeah, that would not. Nobody'd like to ever hear that one. It's like not everybody's the cream of the crop, kid.
I mean, that
So,
happens across all races, though. So that's kind of an equal opportunity, beat the crap out of you kind of thing.
well, what's happening in Africa right now is that the government that's in control at this point in time isn't carrying on that dream of a socially equitable society that was advocated by its founder. Even though he was a terrorist fighting against an evil country,
Wait,
that
South Africa?
South Africa was monstrous. They even performed human experimentation on people. They're Nazis, bro. They're not good guys.
But the Jews lied about human experimentation, right?
Who says that? Oh my God. No.
A lot of people on the grams say that.
Yeah, well, a lot of those people are fucking idiots. All right.
I mean, I agree with you, but it's kind of
When you
the
go and you
mental.
read this, when you go and you read, I met some Holocaust survivors growing up in South Florida, and I'm going to tell you, I really like the
But
Jewish community.
but
I
they're
went to
survivors though, so they must be exploiting the exploiting it to because they
okay.
survived, right?
So in some of the camps, they would do evil social experiments,
Hmm.
and they would give you enough food to feed 11 people, and there'd be 12 of you there.
Jordan Peterson talked about this.
Yeah. Okay. That's in Viktor Frankl's book, The Man's Ultimate Determinant of His Meaning of Life in His Own Life. And they could get cigarettes in exchange for labor that they would do.
Hmm.
You could trade the cigarettes to a guard who's also Jewish in exchange for a can of soup. If you do a hard day's labor, you'd earn a cigarette.
Well, but see, there's the other thing too. They don't ever see, and there's the other part of the history that they miss on the alt right side is they never talk about Jewish to Jewish uh, concentration camps.
There was
Like they
a group of SS officers
were
that
Jewish.
there's yeah, and
They spoke
these
Yiddish too. They spoke German and Yiddish.
whatever, I don't know what they spoke. I didn't go out to dinner with them. I don't know what Yiddish sounds like.
but
So
but
the but this group were monsters trying to
hmm
encourage their people to migrate to Israel,
hmm
and so they found this group, the
I mean, they
worst.
did
Of,
the Harvard Agreement. They did.
the apparently they claim that the things were. When you hear folks hiding people, the Jehovah's Witnesses could always say, "Yeah, I renounce my faith." They didn't. They were killing folks here, and they were killing them horribly. And the National Socialists apparently reached out and found the real psychopaths in society,
hmm
and they hired them. Like I had a friend that was in a mental health care facility for dangerous people, and she was locked up in there for about 2 years. And she had nothing good to say about the staff. People that migrate to these kind of things don't necessarily have a good heart.
hmm
So this corrupt person, um, uh, uh, these corrupted people that go and pursue this kind of power. I had lost my train of thought talking about this. Um, these corrupted individuals that go and pursue this kind of power have a desire to do as they will, and they will do that. And so the Nazis went and empowered these people to do whatever they felt like, whatever they wanted. So the Joseph Mengele's experimentations into fertility, for example, all right, that man had results because famously communities that he worked with in Brazil were affected by this twinning that he could cause through hormonal treatments. Because the Jewish community is more prone to having twins than others, and this is followed along the maternal line. It's pretty
Okay,
cool, huh?
I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Um, the be fruitful and multiply. Twins are awesome. So Mangala must have been able to figure out something from that. He was also connected to a whole bunch of other cruelty and wickedness that was there, bleaching people's eyes.
hmm
All right, like that's in fucking my eyeball hurts even just contemplating that. What kind of the displacement under the lens? What kind of fucking prick would do that?
When they had people stand out, did you ever hear about the people stand out and they had them hold their hands up and they shot their fingers off, and then they would
What?
come back and tolerate the pain? Yeah, they would have marksmen come out and they would be and Mengele would come out and be like, "All right, shoot all 5 fingers off of off of that prisoner standing out in the field." Yep, just to test both the soldier's commitment or the guard's commitment and the prisoner's commitment.
Why do such a
But they had swimming pools, so it's okay.
I so there was this group of asshole Nazis yelling at Jewish community members in West Palm Beach the other day. Now, Ron DeSantis made it illegal to say anything anti-Semitic, which, of course, all right, will provoke the anti-Semites to go and have such a lewd spectacle.
Well, of course, yeah, because they need to have that lewd spectacle.
Yeah, and so the anti-Semite will be our greatest ally.
You want to talk
So,
about the lowest end of the European spectrum, of the European
yeah,
descent spectrum? That's it. That's it. Like that's the lowest part of the gene pool.
there we go. There is, I met some. Nobody ever wants to say, "Hey, I'm just non-competitive."
Yeah.
It's always got to be somebody else's thing. Um, but other people do have like a racial supremacy slant as well, and I can see where it's coming from, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's Varillian tribal. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not
and
gonna
you're
say.
doing it with the full 12. You're doing it with like a couple of million.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know,
But you said you knew some survivors of, unfortunately,
the Holocaust. I didn't know
yes.
them. I met them when I was a child. There's a Holocaust museum over in Miami Beach for the survivors, and you would go out to Miami Beach, and these people are retired there, and they have their tattoos on their arms. They'd be waiting in the sun to die.
Well, but those tattoos were faked, right? Have you heard that? You never heard that one before?
No, I've not heard that one before.
Yep.
Why do you tell me these things? Are you trying to frustrate me?
No, I'm not
Because
trying to
I
frustrate
want
you. I'm
you?
just saying, like, that's what it's dwindled down to. Like, people have said, just because of previous generations that have unfortunately capitalized on it or have said lies about it, have said they have faked the tattooed numbers.
And they faked the IBM machines, and they faked the records, and they faked Nuremberg, and they faked.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Yep. It was a complete fabrication of a
Who-
lie.
What person would come up with something? It happens. People were monsters. It's happened repeatedly in history to many different people. You know, the first Chinese emperor that unified all the kingdoms killed 500,000 POWs all at once. And he did that and then had them put in the ground.
How could you do that? I mean, that's
They
impossible.
surrendered. They surrendered. Can you imagine how bloody it was, killing 500,000 POWs?
All in one fell swoop?
It took weeks. So I don't see how they gave up. Personally, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
It's like to the last man.
Yeah.
But clearly we do not know their condition. Maybe perhaps they had been starved by war. You know, the Chinese were known to use early forms of biological weapons, you know, powdered shit and stuff like that, aerosolized. They were smart people. They had gunpowder. You know, it's like, let's go and hand it off to Chinese alchemy, right? When you get to the West, what do you get over in the West? A bunch of dirty people that wore the same pair of underwear all year round? Oh my God. How many of them died from chafed balls?
No wonder why the pagans were so easy to slaughter. So there you go.
The pagans were clean in comparison
To the
to
Christians?
Europe. Yeah, to the Christianized Europe. Christianized Europe was fucking just Dark Age peasants were dumb as dog shit. They were illiterate and fucking unwashed peasantry. They were kept that way. They would have fucking been resistant too. It's like, so you want me to join your religion? Yes, enjoying the true freedom of owning nothing and working, toil in the dirt for a bunch of gay priests.
Oh, that's only the Catholics though. So there you go.
Yeah,
well,
I'm good.
Well, it has now become the Protestants too. I didn't say it. Did I say it? I said it.
Yeah, Joel Osteen. The Mad Caliph thing and stuff like that, and the Druze people and all these other weird religious tie-ins to all of this have me intrigued because different times these groups had connections to like the Knights Templars, which is creating Masonic lodges in the West.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and if you ever, and see, there's the tie-in. If you ever heard, obviously, I forgot what they called it, Lebensborn, the Nazi eugenics program, was basically a rip off of Platonic theory, where the state owns the baby or owns the family.
Oh man.
And then you had the eugenics program where
teenage girls would be matched up with a little Aryan boy, and the girl, and then would have produce a child and then give it over to the government to be raised by the government. And
Hitler
they did
Youth.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did this for 8 years of indoctrination of these kids.
Wait, right? Who'd you say?
The Nazis and their eugenics program.
Well, yeah, but see, the thing is that people want to deny this, and they see this as a good thing because it incentivizes the family to produce more for the nation. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. There's a fine line where that becomes healthy, or that becomes unhealthy. Like there's that fine line, right? And the thing is that with the Platonic theory, it was naturally eugenic. The eugenics happened out in nature, so things just kind of worked themselves out instead of going full Spartan and throwing the babies away. Right, you're throwing the deformed ones, the
Fred Brennan
away. Right.
Fred Brennan is a little miracle baby that wrote a paper on eugenics. And he wrote a paper on eugenics in the early
Was he a
2000s.
preemie?
He has osteogenesis imperfecta, broken bones from the beginning.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So
Osteo's bone.
yeah. So he has had over 120 fractures, and he's all hurt. And so his life lives on disability, and he lives in intense poverty at the edge of existence. As I've had a couple of other friends at this terrible position, and back in the day, they could just go out into the forest and be hermits.
Mm-hmm.
Or Fred Brennan, though, wouldn't have lived if it wasn't for the miracles of modern science and medicine. And Fred wrote papers on why he didn't want to be alive anymore, and that he felt that people should have these rights and these protections for suicide should they decide to kill themselves. So he is truly involuntarily celibate, right? He was just one.
Yeah.
It's no woman can ever love him the way who he is. So he ended up trying to get his message out, and it got picked up by Stormfront, the Nazis, who wanted to discuss his thing openly and seriously too.
Mm-hmm.
And he became very anti-Christian for a while and resentful of God for the life that he had been given. And I go, well, look at what you've been given. You've been given the ability to alter the fate of the entire world. He did that.
Well, that's God's gift to us.
Yeah, that's a miracle, right? It's like, what'd you do, you little fucking gimp? Oh, well, sitting over here on my keyboard, I made hate movement, and then I worked with this psyops guy over here on 4chan to go and create meme warfare and help go and create a QAnon movement to go and fuck with the power structures that exist.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive. And he does coding. And he's been married after he worked with the Nazi Ron and Jim Watkins. All right.
Who?
Ron and Jim Watkins, they own 2chan and they own 8chan, and they stole the QAnon thing from them, and I think they might have sold it to the guy who runs it now, which is General Flynn. And yeah, and so Ron Watkins and Jim Watkins are still participating as chaos agents in the background. They're billionaires, by the way, from crypto coins, even now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Makes total sense.
Yeah, because, super villains.
Right.
He had the great idea in the early days of the internet. I'm going to go to the Philippines and get girls to make content for no money. I'm going to go sell hardcore action online in t-shirts.
Yeah.
Living the dream in the Philippines.
Yeah.
That's what he did when he got out of the Navy. You fucking piece of shit. And this guy wanted to create a fascist movement in the United States and overthrow the U.S. government.
Well, did you ever hear about George Lincoln Rockwell, the guy who who people like to say was the founder of the American Nazi movement. Have you ever heard about him?
Is
Oh,
that the guy
he's.
who invented sea monkeys?
I have no idea. I don't really know what. I mean, he was basically the antithesis to, or well, the answer to Malcolm X. As people saw it as that. Which can
I
I
didn't
blame
know
Malcolm
that
X for
Malcolm
the way
X
he
was a
felt?
question that needed an
No.
answer.
Can I blame George Lincoln Rockwell for the way he felt? No. Can I blame Martin Luther King, even though he was
Blame him for what?
wanting the things that they wanted as far as
Equality and treatments in civilization?
well,
To be treated as human beings and recognized for their contributions to society? There's a section of
but
our
they weren't good
society.
people. All three of them weren't good people, so that's for sure.
Who the fuck are we to judge?
Well, that's true, but
Martin Luther King may have slept around on his wife. So, all right, maybe she slept around on him. Maybe she fucking knew. I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit. Who am I to judge if he was bad? I know what he did. All right, he fought for his people and he got his brains blown out by an assassin because talking about equality for his oppressed people was a crime punishable by death.
but that all comes in lo and behold of the CIA.
That was the FBI.
Well, yeah, but who do you think the FBI works for?
Worked with at the time. They
Yeah.
were under J. Edgar Hoover. They were under the control and manipulation of organized crime. So
Yeah.
they were right. The recent discussion of militant Catholics, by the way, I believe is real. I think that they were detecting the movements of propaganda due.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That whole thing got blown wide open because
yeah,
that's what blew open the pedophile rings in the Catholic Church. Because the CIA wanted to keep that under wraps. Well, the FBI and the CIA wanted to keep that under wraps because I mean, you had the WASP movement that was huge, but then you had the Catholic counter movement that was huge in the United States. So you had both of them contending, and they were all running for political offices. So you had to keep that going. And the first Catholic president, JFK, got his brains blown out.
That poor guy. He was trying to bring peace to a situation and stop things in Vietnam and stop this acceleration.
And he was also trying to quell the civil rights stuff. He was also trying to stop people from rioting and all that crap too. He was actually trying to do good by the nation.
Right. Jeez. So they claim that the cynicism of the mobsters that helped get him into power, they didn't believe that he was actually a good guy. They thought it was all
and then but he was legitimately the first Catholic president, and boom. But they had that whole thing, like you said, the what you call it, the militant. I forgot I don't even know the Latin name for it, but I heard about it a long time ago, and that always struck me as really, really something that's really real. Are you in the refrigerator?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the refrigerator. You're in the refrigerator.
2 million crackers.
Who's in the refrigerator? But I mean, that's just it, where they tried to exploit all of that, and you had the whole thing flipped on its head because the WASPs didn't want to lose their foothold because of, well, in a lot of ways, I talked about the Muscovite double agents in those gangs, but you had the American side of it too, and the WASPs were prominent in that movement as well as the Catholics. So that all ties the room together back to Israel. And this is why people are so virulently against.
When was that boat shot up by Israel?
What's that?
Remember there was a boat that was shot up by the Israeli government?
Yeah, the USS Liberty.
Like, how many people died on that?
I don't know. But that's not to be talked about.
What year did that happen?
1969, 1970.
Yeah, we had the Gulf of Tonkin incident in an actual boat, and no real boat was harmed, and that triggered Vietnam. These guys are actually able to kill people and make it barely a blip.
Mm-hmm.
That's next level.
Well, 3 weeks ago, the train wreck in East Palestine, and it took forced media coverage to address it because it's a red state.
Yeah, the governor refused help.
No, the governor didn't refuse help. FEMA refused help to Ohio, to the citizens to East Palestine, Ohio.
Mm-mm.
FEMA
FEMA
refused.
cannot be dispatched to a place without the governor's permission. The governor has not granted permission.
Well, they also have to respond to a natural disaster, and that wasn't a natural disaster.
No, you have to have the governor's permission to come in for any disaster.
Well, I don't know what
You
happened with
can't
all
simply
that.
have the city call and say, we need FEMA. All right. The governor has to say, we need FEMA. And the
I have no
governor of
idea.
that state, the governor of that state, it's a red state, did not want to admit to this and said no and declined Biden's offer.
Well,
Yeah. The chemical that it turned into is already out, but the half-life is like 4 to 8 hours in the air. And we don't know how many doses of that shit went out, but it killed like all the bird life, all the microbe life,
flora
and all
and fauna.
Mhm.
Well, that's
Now,
nice.
was it intentional?
Well, I don't want to speculate on any of that.
Yeah. Now, we're kind of in a Cold War with Russia. Could Russia be using its men, the Russian mob that you mentioned, how they were controlled? Could they be fucking with it?
They could, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the Muscovite mob is just—it's so. I don't know.
In South Florida, they were like so easy to spot in the 1990s. Whenever you'd see like a guy who was like my age wearing a wife beater and driving a Mercedes,
Oh
that
yeah,
was one. I was like, there's one. I was like, who's that? That's a Russian mobster.
the classic Eastern European look.
Yeah.
That's just a whole ethnic subculture into
Yeah,
and of itself. That look is distinctly that's just I know. I intuitively know that. And I'm not even that Eastern European. Like, I'm the civilized version.
There's one of us. It's just like,
Yep. I just intuitively I'm like, all right. That guy's either he's either Slavic, Greek, or Albanian, or something.
I'm
Serbian.
impressed. I was at a Russian
I just know. Like,
I was
just
at a Russian
instinctively.
wedding and people kept talking to me in Russian. I was like, I don't speak a fucking word of that shit.
Niet.
No, I wouldn't even badly pronounce it. Moscow.
It's like a more forceful version of no. Niet.
So Russia's another one. With heroin over there, the government produces what? Crocodile.
Propadil?
Oh my god, yeah.
Crocodile?
It is a synthetic heroin. That's, I don't know what it is. It's like bleach essentially. And they use it and it causes permanent damage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it causes necrosis in the injection area. Yeah, and these people look like zombies, rotting zombies, and they are so addicted they won't stop.
Mm-hmm.
As they killed himself on an installment plan. That's fucking evil.
But Russia's not degenerate at all.
Well, how did that person get to that state? Opiates are grow in that area naturally. they could go and they could let them use those. All right.
Probably a lot safer.
Yeah, you could go and you could educate people. I like the educate people about the dangers of these things, explain it to them fully, and then show them
Mm.
train spotting and what's the name of that film? Requiem for a Dream
Oh wow, yeah.
and Spun. And uh, while they're high as fuck, and terrify them. Like this is what happens to these people. Now,
There's no
if you
requiem.
yeah, if you become a heroin addict, here you get your cheap government sponsored like grown opium. There you go. Go be a functioning addict, please.
Hmm.
Simply absorb it, put it into the taxes.
Once
If we
again,
do,
1984 is kind of that. You get your 2 minutes of hate every day. You
mhm,
get that hit. You don't know which enemy you're facing. You don't know where it is. You don't know who it is, but you think it's just a continuous war. Could
yeah,
be could be internally or externally, and you just keep going until you die.
deal with it.
It's always the same thing.
Just deal with it.
Yep.
But what if you don't want to deal with it? Tough shit. Deal with it.
It always is.
The So I haven't been reading this thing as much as I should, like at
What do you
all.
got? What is that?
This is the Spiritual Diaries of John D.
Holy oh my
And
god.
it's not.
That
Yeah,
is that's a brick. It's not a
yeah.
book, that's a brick.
And I have to memorize it. A lot, not all of it, but good chunks of it. There's like this thing in there. It's like this pinwheel with like the 49 names of God or something like
Yeah.
that. And it's barely legible. And so I've got to go and like go from the other more legible, larger block letters, figure out what he did, and rewrite it correctly. Because there's some things in there. I'm like, is that an F or an S?
Wow.
Yeah.
You said there was a lot of bees too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There was like that. So 49 of them. Well, at least in that first bubble. So the I'm just going to make the towers and stuff like that, build it from there, and reverse engineer it. Good, you're getting tired. So am I. All right.
Yeah.
So the going through this stuff, it's like it's terrifying to me because
Yeah.
every couple of pages is a new. Oh God. And I'm trying to find out what they are building them up to because one person said that the entities craved blood, and I haven't read that far into it,
It's
but
not a good entity then.
there is the distinct possibility that these references to like aliens and stuff like that might be the things that this guy was talking to. You know, what
The
if
Nephilim?
yeah, what would your religion do if aliens came down from
What would
space?
well, see the issue is that we don't just think we're a religion. We don't quantify ourselves as Orthodox Christians as just that. But what would we do? We would
Yeah.
reject them because they're not made in the image of God.
Okay.
They're demons.
All
They're
right.
demons. They're interdimensional demons.
They're interdimensional demons.
Yep.
All right. And let's say they offered humanity all the technology that they needed. You know,
Still doesn't cut it because humanity is meant to struggle because we're disconnected from God. That's our punishment for our repentance.
all right. Um, Vice versa, if our life is less struggle because we're more closely connected to God, because then He grants us things to make our life better, would that also be true?
That would also be true because God blesses us.
There we go. So we've been blessed many times. imagine, and that God is now blessing us with like the potentiality of space travel, or who knows, or
It
doom.
could,
I don't know.
yeah.
There might be blood.
I mean, humans are capable of amazing things because of God.
Yeah.
So that's
Oh,
that's
capable
not
of incredibly
discounted.
horrible things like shoot off that person's fingers,
Yep. Well, see, there's the paradox. There's the dichotomy. There's
yeah,
the thing that,
or
unfortunately,
release or
that's
release the heroin into the inner
yep.
cities.
Well, but see, their Loba holds the struggle. I mean, it's
Why
and
do I
I think
want
I
to?
think
I can hear somebody saying it right now. Why do I want these people to learn to read? They'll just become competitors for our jobs.
yep. Well, I mean, Frank Zappa said it best. You're either smart enough to do your job well enough to not know what's going on, or you're stupid enough to go through life as just kind of a blubbering idiot, and they just expect you to
Okay.
just to just kind of show up and deal with things and not be worried about it. But
All
there
right.
is who was I going to pick? Well, there is an Orthodox Christian author, and he's not very well known in the West, but I think he's gaining. I hope he's gaining popularity. Um, Fyodor Dostoevsky.
I've heard of this Dostoevsky guy.
Dostoevsky. He's
But
a real good. Hold.
I started reading War and Peace, and I was expecting the story. I've like from Russian literature that I read before. It was like under the oppression of the Soviet Union,
Are you
and
War and Peace
you
with
capture the
Tolstoy?
despair of existence. But when War and Peace is Tolstoy, I guess I don't know. And I got into that when it was like a bunch of rich people. I was like, I can't read this.
Yeah,
So hey, listen, man, it is midnight. I gotta turn
it is
into it.
midnight.
All right. Did we have any video? What was our metrics for the listening, viewing audience? If you were still there, thank you for our ramblings.
I don't think anybody's here anymore. I think they're
And
just
they
like,
left a long time ago. Did they
but
ask any questions ever?
no, 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 because they're probably like, who? What are these guys going to even say?
Uh,
I
we
like
got
I like that though. But
more humor.
Dostoevsky basically said, "What is hell?" I maintain that it is the suffering of being unable to love. Which, here's the thing. Here's one of our main point of contentions with the Western versions of Christianity and other religions and whatever, right? The gamut.
Hmm.
We respond by knowing that God just simply loves us, and if we return that favor to Him and know that He does, we have it in our hearts and our minds and in our souls that we will be able to have that correlation, have that understanding with Him. And there's obviously more facets to it, but that's basically it. Having that or trying to get that connection.
Getting closer to God. Yeah,
Yep.
my I've been trying to pursue that moment again for a while.
Yep.
It was like I feel like I've been falling out of like that orbit. So I used to have like religious rituals. I'd wake up in the morning. I'm like, I'm going to go and do 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups today. Yeah.
But that's
Why is
that's
it?
all that's all ascetic. I mean, prostrations are part of
Yeah.
asceticism, and that's like, I mean, our saints harped on the sober mind, staying that way and staying,
I was entirely stoned the entire time I did it.
well, that's seen as not very
I wasn't
productive.
drinking. I wasn't drinking. The alcohol is the devil. The
The
I
devil,
have to. Yeah, it's the devil. Well,
the
it's one
devil.
of the methods. It's one of the methods of societal control.
Well, yeah,
It's like, here, what do we do? Well, we'll just tranquilize you with a bunch of alcohol, and then you'll be very satisfied with your existence, you stupid beast. Go watch football. Goodbye.
yeah.
click the characters out. That's easy enough. I personally hate sports.
Yes, they're dumb. I agree.
They're-
They're dumb.
I mean, man must have his triumphs and everything else, but what is it to me about the Eastern Jaguars of whoever versus the Kansas City Bucks that I should give a flying fuck about? Some folks,
Yeah.
for them, it's like, oh, I collect baseball cards. No, it's commodified. It's like, okay. And baseball cards now have got like stripes in them and stuff like that. Things to encourage you to consume.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, this baseball card has a piece of this guy's uniform. Who gives a shit?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of fucking 300 years from now, I have a piece of this? It's like people walking around with like toes from a dead saint.
Oh, well, yeah, that was a little messed up. That was a little bit controversial.
Yeah.
People keep talking about the now I'm pretty sure defrocked priests that have been, I don't want to say anathematized, but pretty much anathematized by the Russian Orthodox Church for drinking the foot water of a saint's relic. Yeah. Yep. Sorry. We do have our moments of insanity, brief moments of religious insanity, and that certainly is
Let's go.
one
Let's
of them.
go and drink this. What did it turn out to be? It's like I remember one person was like, "Oh, it was a toilet." It's like it was toilet water that had been leaking from another place that causes Satan to have water drip from its toes. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense when I looked at the layout of the church.
Yeah, it's we're not perfect either. So, and by no means do I even want to come across as that. But that's the kind of stuff that the internet runs wild with, and that's what they think that whole thing is.
I gotta get back to reading this fucking incredibly lengthy bullshit on the anatomy of this the Segnum Dei, like the name of God Tetragrammaton thing. Like
Segnum
the master
Dei.
magician, it's really fucking complicated. And so this person that wrote this, I think, is in the OTO, the Odo Tempo Orientis, or whatever it is.
Oh, just another like an Ordo.
Yeah, this is
under
another
the Catholic
Masonic
Church.
Yes, this is another Masonic lodge organization.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's wholesome stuff right there.
Well, if these people are the ones that are doing all this stuff, isn't it good to know what their spiritual beliefs are?
I'd just rather. I don't
Not.
care.
Okay. Well. All right. So, for me, for this is how I must do this.
This is how you must.
Yeah, this is how I must do this. I have to go through all this fucking garbage and read these pages because there's things in the writings that I'm going over, and I'm like, what is this that I'm seeing here? All right.
But you should just get more icons of Christ. That's all that boils down to.
Yeah, and some candles and go and burn them.
Yeah. Yep, because he's the eternal light.
Well, there is a ritual where I'm supposed to leave a candle burning for over a year.
Really?
Yeah.
How are you supposed to do that? And
eternal. It says a lamp, which indicates that it was a gas-powered lamp, and oils.
Christ?
No. This ritual to summon my guardian angel.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Like Christ is so I have to go and keep a flame burning, and I have to pray every day and contemplate the Bible the entire time. Ow. So, and I can't shed a single drop of my own blood or the drop of anybody else's. So I have to become a very strict vegetarian for that period of time. It's like a ridiculous amount of prayer. Mm-hmm. But I think I'll just combine it with some exercise and then just make it two things at once.
Or just get an icon of your patron saint, St. Thomas, and pray to God.
What's he a saint for?
We don't really have patron saints.
Yeah. All right. Are you making fun of the Catholics?
Well, we just they're called name days. So you would have your certain name day dedicated to that saint,
Okay.
which is like a birthday.
I don't know what a name. We'll go with birthday then. All
Yep.
right.
So your name day is in turn your your birthday, because that's the day dedicated to your saint, and that's the day you celebrate instead of your birthday. It's actually a pretty long running Eastern European tradition.
Saint Theophilus of Antioch. I wonder if
Saint
he ever
Theo
handled. Yeah, I
Saint
wonder.
Theophilus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wonder. I wonder if he ever handled the holy hand grenade.
Great movie. They're also Freemasons, but great movie.
But these dates are only approximations. His death probably occurred between 183 and 185. His writings, the only remaining being his apology to Otto Cilius, indicate that he was born a pagan not far from the Tigris and Euphrates and was led to amass Christianity by studying the Holy Scriptures, especially the prophetical books. He makes no reference to his office in his existing writings, nor is any other fact in his life recorded. Uh, Eusebius, however, speaks of the zeal which he and the other chief shepherds displayed in driving away the heretics who were attacking Christ's flock, with special mention of his works against Marcion, whoever that might be. He made contributions to the departments of Christian literature, polemics, exegetics, and apologetics, whatever these are.
Apologetics.
Apologetics. I have no idea what apologies are. The describes him as one of the precursors of that group of writers who, from the Irenaeus to Cyprian, not only break the obscurity which rests on the earliest histories of the church, but alike in the East and in the way that they carry in front in literary eminence the distance all their heathen contemporaries. Oh, I don't know who he is either, and I haven't read his contemporaries from heathen, so I was gonna say that is very impressive with some very big words in there.
Like apologetics.
Yes, like that word.
That's a big
All
word.
right, that's a big word. All right, the where was I in this thing? All right, yeah. So we've got that was going over names, saints, and stuff like that. With Dugan and them, I wanted to go and contact them and pitch the idea of making me czar of Russia.
Who?
Me?
The Tsar?
Yeah,
You can't even speak the language. So how are you
yeah.
going to
Neither could
communicate
the
to the people?
Habsburgs. Neither could the
Oh,
Habsburgs. There we go.
all
All
right.
right, there. It's like, hi, I have an incredibly thin bullshit claim to a royal throne, and I'll take Third Rome. Sure, why not? Have we got some doomsday devices laying around here? I've got some ideas. Like, I would destroy the global economy. What are you
But
going to
then,
do?
but
I
then you would
will.
be a true Duganist.
I will just destroy the global economy. You can't destroy the global economy. It's not a physical thing. It's like, yes, it is. It's a thing you can destroy that has physical interfaces in the real world. And if you know where to poke it, you don't need to blow up the entire world, just a few buildings. And it's like, oh, There, that will fix itself now.
So you're literally a Bond villain now.
Why not? There's too many
Embrace,
people in the world.
embrace
Embrace it.
your true
Right.
identity.
What am I supposed to do? Is I'm supposed to come out here and say, "Hey, everybody, I've got some great ideas to save the world. We all should work together." And you're gonna. Nobody's gonna do these things.
So you need some good weaponry to motivate
Yeah.
the masses.
It's like, hey, let me go and motivate you to go and replant that forest over there. I'll kill you all and take away your job. The people that think you're gonna hide in nuclear bomb shelters and crawl out, no chance. You won't
Ruthless.
get nothing.
You're worse than Dugan then.
Why not? Wow, how is that horrible?
You're
Do some sit-ups, fat boy, or I kill you.
you're worse than him. Now, no need to get personal here, okay? No need to get personal.
I'm trying to make you healthier so you live longer. Do some
No.
exercise.
No need to get personal, okay? My
But
back
you,
hurts just thinking about it.
okay? You are you understanding? It's like the whole world's dying. We need to save it.
It's the darkest humor of it all.
Eh.
See ya.
What can we
Bye,
do?
world.
We can change our entire diet and alter the way the world works. We live like this for 2 or 3 years while
Stupid.
doing these. No,
It's stupid. Nah. I'm gonna be a teenage high school girl about it and just say,
yeah.
yeah, I want to do this tomorrow.
It's painful. It's really painful. I'm going to tell you the honest truth. It's painful. And the the world's dying. I'm not helping. I'm not helping. I'm not making it any better.
Somebody quick, call the manager of the
Call
world.
God. Call God. We
Please,
fucked up.
please, somebody call
We
God.
need a miracle. Someone call God right now.
Please. Can we get him? Does he have Verizon? Does he have Sprint? For the love of God, please tell me he doesn't have T-Mobile.
Don't hate on T-Mobile.
Can't talk to him.
Don't hate on these people. All right, you guys get like it used to be like a quarter a minute to talk to people long distance.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so be thankful for what you have now with this incredible communication system that is so fast and reliant that it allows for them to spy on you in real time.
In real time. So I mean, the whole the whole time our FBI agent has been watching, we should probably say hello
Uh,
just to be courteous.
would he at least be counted as a fan at this point? I can't believe I've been forced to listen to this guy.
Probably. I mean, he's probably like these guys. I don't even know. I half the shit he probably had to look up. He was probably like, "What is that?"
Yeah.
And then half of it was boomer memes, so he's okay.
Yeah, I knew Lyndon B. Johnson's personal body double and bodyguard.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he was like in a bunch of different alphabet soup agencies, the CIA, the National Sheriff's Organization. He's a high-level lodge member, and he probably helped kill Kennedy. And I remember he said to me one time, he goes, "I'm so glad that you guys are going to join the CIA and stuff like that, but it makes me feel bad at the same time because they take good people and have to do bad things." And I was like, "Well, that doesn't sound like a good guy hero."
mm-hmm.
You know.
It's
Then
the
again,
anti-hero.
yeah, it doesn't sound good in any way. I'm supposed to do what now? Bad things? Like, what do you mean? You get specific. I can't tell you. It sounds really bad if you can't tell me.
Yeah. It's a classic. If I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna have to kill you.
Well, they would have killed him. Yeah, but he was old anyway, so
it doesn't matter. You just by that point, that's when we practice eugenics. That's when it's on the table.
Yeah, it's like how Yeah, so the mental, your mind's gone to spaghetti
So
mush.
it's just, you know what?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it's
fun.
euthanasia, but by that point, just cut them
Yeah,
off while they're old.
yeah. Good. I love you. This is why I'm doing it. Stop struggling. I'm only 56.
Do you like the taste of pillows?
What does this pillow taste like to you?
What's this feel
Oh,
like?
yeah.
Good. Dang.
Christ. So yeah, so if I got control, what could I do? It's like stop killing my planet so that my children can inherit something worth a damn, you stupid fucks.
They don't want to do that. Nobody wants to do that.
The fuck the kids.
Because well, I mean, not literal. Settle
Yeah,
down.
a few of them would want to fuck the kids, literally.
Well,
All right.
yeah, yeah.
But what about the children? It's like this is the most selfish generation of people. They openly feel that children are parasitical and you shouldn't have any. And it's like your civilization collapses if you don't maintain this level of birth rates. What does that
Hmm.
really mean anyway? I didn't choose this civilization, and it's like you have not seen Honduras. These people have not seen poverty or really experienced it, or what they have are experiencing is a fraction of the horror that is to come.
Yeah.
Right. You know,
Yeah, I
when,
mean, but it's cynical, it's narcissistic, it's all the things that are the inverse of what people should be striving for.
sugarbaby.com.
What?
It's a thing.
Why are you going on Pepsi's website?
That's a thing. Sugarbaby.com was it's like
Pepsi.com.
no, it's not Pepsi. It's women and young men looking to find somebody to take care of them in exchange for being a sexual slave or having some strange meta relationship with the person.
I mean, then again, if you can have that meta relationship and still get paid for it, and you don't really have to do anything.
Yeah. So
I
the
mean, who's
Santeria
winning in that
priestess,
race?
so the Santeria priestess and I are like very liberal minded, so we're probably going to be shooting porn and stuff like that. We're talking
Well,
about
that's good.
esoteric and occult things to the audience because you know those people are listening.
Yep.
And then it's like, let's see how many that we can get over in there. So
We got
the
one.
got one. So the we're going through this reading and stuff like that, and it's got like a lot of really weird shit in here. All right, the voice of Gar,
Gar?
Gar,
Gar.
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 I'm sure I'm skipping more than a few things to go and discuss this. All right, let's go a little further back up. The Daughters of Light is a new pantheon introduced next. These are said to be with the Dark Star, VA apostrophe
Wait,
ARO.
the Dark Star?
Yeah, what is that?
Seriously? The Dark
Which
Star.
we might assume to be of his seed in his mating with the Daughters of
Is
Light,
this
he himself.
I feel like this is just a Star Wars ripoff.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I mean,
Being one
this
of the
completely
infinite.
feels like it's just like George Lucas was like, this just sounds like a great idea. Let me rip
Yeah,
this off completely. Here we
yeah.
go. You want a
Okay, here
script?
we go. Being one with the infinite God.
See?
28,
That's the Force. That's literally the Force.
28 in the Hebrew Kabbalah is the value of both the words for unity and power. 28 is also the number of the lunar cycle and the value of the word Dio in the English Kabbalah. In reference to, well, you just reach in here for all the 28s you can find. In reference to lunar cycle, 28 signifies the consciousness within the veil of Keshet.
Kasheth.
All right, Keshet, which is
Kashit?
let's
Kashit?
go. Let's go.
Sith
Gnostic.
Empire? He says it's a Sith. Now you're reaching the Sith.
Oh, hey, I found a link to a Gnostic church.
A no stick?
Yeah, GNO. And
Is
yeah,
that the
there's a
church
lot of
that
stuff. Gnostic Church of LVX.
is that the
Whatever
church that's really stinky because they don't wear pit stick? It's a no stick church.
it's no, that's not good. Wow, wow, wow.
It's no
Dio
stick. No
is
stick
God
church.
in Latin, quite possibly initiating that there are 28 specific powers of God or
Oh
28
God.
qualities of the unity of God. But this would have yet to be borne out further in as the prophecy of the Logat unfolds.
We don't know
That,
that.
that I haven't translated this thing yet.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just reading somebody else's like discussion on it. Now, what I
Okay.
really was hoping
Oh,
was
of the analysis of the Kabbalah
no of the analysis of
of
D received the psychic transmission, and it gave him a book that had 49 pages to it, double sided. That's 98 pages, and it was in this alien language, the Enochian shit. So some people have translated it and or approximated it to it over the years.
mm-hmm.
And it has, like, there's different dictionaries for it. Some of them are about as valid as other people's. You know what I mean? Because, like, it's clearly some of the people reading and writing this stuff are not mentally sound. Um, so, Vero, who is nine or astral nature, the darkness, Nox, connected with the Va in the verse and Va in verse 1 and verse 11. Like, I think these are referring to the other thing. Anyway, the Liber Logath stuff. So this shit is all this analysis of the Segulum Day and the different entities that were mentioned in it. This is so weird.
Sounds like you
Oh
got a lot of
shit.
digging.
Oh shit, here it is. And here's the page. Here's the page with verse commentary. Okay. Let's go and read the first page of the first line of this, the first paragraph of this thing. Rushing from the fourth heaven and from the Lord of hosts, 8 fiery angels bring Ave, the son of light, and the foremost of God's angels. Woe, fire. You know, they always get these reputations as foremost and this and that. I think God gives a lot of these guys participation trophies. Light and foremost of God's angels, blow fire pouring down over humanity. All right. Oh, is that a threat now? All right. GA, which is the Logos made manifest. Ga,
Logos. Yeah.
yeah, the angel of the loins of the daughter of light. That is some heavenly pussy. From the holy
Yeah.
house speaks and Semileliel, the angel of the Lord is born. The Lord of hosts visits daughters of light. Ga, the son of light, awakens the eld and beautiful praises of the Lord. For the daughter of light and the Lord of darkness, Va, the angel of the 4 moons. The daughter of light is powerful, making the Lord to understanding within the third heaven, being with Va in darkness, and 12 lights speaking from there, proclaiming she is not, pouring down stars from the third heaven, 3 paths, bringing fear with the strong fire, the philosopher's stone, the spirit of the daughter of light. All right, that's weird.
Just a bit outside.
Just a bit outside. All right, so without a doubt, the apocalyptic tone of the verse set the tone. Same fervor that we find at the Liber CDXVII, which is, I don't know what that is in fucking Roman
Roman
numeral.
or Latin.
Yeah, that's 18 CDXVII. So XV is 15, 18. I didn't know that there was a D in Roman numerals. Is that C is for cented, which is 100. So anyway, and then the analysis of the lettering of the Holy Table of Practice. This is a Mercabic vision that brings its fever from the skies and new gnosis to humanity. The very nature of the Liber Loga and its stated purpose by D and Galva. Overall, in the verse, there seems to be an allusion to the psycho-spiritual process described by the count cards of the Holy Tarot, as if this was a description of the mystery of creation. Crowley describes the court.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Okay, these are OTO guys. So Aleister Crowley plays a huge part in their interpretations of this stuff. And
Shocker.
he was a charlatan.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah. So he was a charlatan, and well, he was also a super genius. And he triggered World War One.
Aleister
And
Crowley?
yeah, he helped cause the sinking of the Lusitania, which led to the death of a bunch of innocent people, which led to the American intervention in the war. And he may have also been responsible for the fake Zimmerman note. All right.
I
And
wouldn't discount it.
And Aleister Crowley may have had contact with the Brill Society, which is a Thulian cult that that helped get Rasputin assassinated. And Rasputin was actually not a bad guy.
Yeah, I know. And the
So
Brill Society is an offshoot, or turned into the offshoot of the Thule Society.
yeah,
And the Thule Society is connected to the Nazis.
yeah. And people were like, so, it's Hitler designed the flag himself or shit like that. And it's like, it's his religious symbol. He put it right on the flag.
And he's a Christian. Did you know
Yeah.
that? No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He's the furthest thing away from it. When people put the swastika, when people showed me the swastika on top of the cross, I was like, could you be any more insulting? Do you just want to completely piss me off right now? Because that's what you're doing. And they're like, oh, well, he fought for Christendom. And I was like, you're so full of shit. Like you really need to go shut your mouth. That's when I get pissed off. That's when I get really pissed off at people.
So
that's
I'm not
evil.
To twist things like that. Yeah,
Yep.
It is, isn't it?
It's completely demonic.
And then God and country, good Christian folk.
But just because they did something for white people, right?
Well, they feel that in some of their belief systems and the teachings of the more esoteric Nazi groups, is they believe that Christianity was brought to the white man to enslave him, so that he could then be used as a soldier to enslave the world.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I know. I'm aware of it, and I get kicked out of those groups instantaneously.
Why you get kicked out?
Because I say what I am, and I start questioning their theological beliefs, and I use the saints, and they're like, well, you just can't say that, and I'm like, why can't I say that? Well, you just must be a Jew. Okay. That's usually where the conversations go.
I think it's all fucked up. I'm going to be honest.
Well, they don't know what they're talking about.
You do you? Do any of us? You know,
Well,
there's like levels to the game and stuff like that.
there are.
Yeah, there are like levels to the game and everything else that are beyond our grasp. I still don't know all the pieces as I
Hmm.
sit here going through this apparently. Ah, damn it! I'm probably going to end up joining this group.
Is it a Facebook group?
It's an the it's an OTO site.
Oh, a website.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you fall down these rabbit holes and you find these different groups,
Yep,
you know,
I know.
the mechanics were like one of the first groups that I found. And the mechanics were like a secret, they're a Masonic lodge, and their initiations based on a very simple color gradient off of some alchemical principles.
Mm.
And as I'm reading this right now, I'm like, okay, sometimes I'll find these guys, and it's like, I think this is a recruitment site.
Usually it is.
So I'll go and I have like a big mastery list where I'll go and I'll put him because they have a lot of literature on this. Apparently, other members of the OTO were science fiction writers that I liked a lot. Isaac Asimov, for
Okay.
example.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, I still gotta get into him a few, but that guy was pretty brilliant.
Yeah. So we have to look at these guys for that genius that they possessed and their visions and things.
Hmm.
And if they had agreements with this stuff, then I'm going to have to defer to them because we're living in a present that they helped create through their
Mm.
writings.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah. And it's like, was what organization was Philip K. Dick a part of? Right? Like these are, if you would admire something that the person would write and produce, all right, assume that that person, if they have morals and integrity that's presented in there, is
Hmm.
believes in these things, you know, like, like I'm certain that that's an important thing in all of it is belief. So, where was I going with this thought?
Science fiction writers.
Science fiction writers. So, like, if I can't find is Mel Brooks still alive?
I'm pretty sure he is. Yeah, I haven't heard that he died. I mean, that would be a pretty big. I feel like that would be a pretty big.
The world shall mourn.
Yeah.
It's like, no, they tip Gil for Godfrey. Why can't they take that redheaded woman that's not funny in Hollywood? Kathy Griffin.
Why can't they
I'm
take
sorry,
her?
Kathy. You're getting more hate than you deserve. You're, but you aren't
Eh,
funny.
she's been to Epstein's Island, so I don't know if that's really.
I that just because you visited a party doesn't mean that you saw things. You think that he always had that stuff? There's like a picture of Elon Musk meeting Ghislaine Maxwell, and she's like running into the picture to stick herself into the photo.
I know they do that a lot. I do agree there.
Yeah,
It gets a little that kind of stuff does get a little preposterous.
yeah. So so they were in the business of guilt by association,
Yep, that's a good
right?
business to have though, because if you're blackmailing people, why
Well,
not,
what
right?
is
That just carries the
providing
money through.
services? Fucking Elon Musk wants to go and do LSD while fucking Azalea Banks and his beautiful wife Grimes. Go right ahead.
I mean, they're all adults, so
You're all adults. Like, good for you, Elon Musk. He looks the imitation of Captain Kirk, bald, fat, and in a fucking corset. Get people to Mars, and it's like Mars has no ionosphere. How are you gonna like not have people die? It won't keep an atmosphere.
doesn't
This is
matter.
childish dreams of people. It's like probably not going to be that. Probably going to be toil in an asteroid belt.
Doesn't matter. He just wants to play both sides so he can make money. Doesn't matter.
Oh gosh, and he's helping facilitate like psychological warfare on the United States.
He's okay though. He's not as bad as Bill Gates.
He's not
Sorry,
as bad. He's
sorry,
not as bad
FBI
as the
agent.
man who donated half of his fortune to helping feed the world and genuinely tried making the world a better place. Why does Bill Gates get hate?
Because
All
he
right.
genocided people through vaccines.
He didn't genocide anybody, you fucking whiny drama queen.
He
All
did
right.
though.
Who? How many people died? Where are
Yeah,
your statistics?
a lot of African people died because of his vaccines.
A lot of African people died because of his vaccines. Brought to you by statistics.
Yeah.
All right. No. Show me your numbers.
What?
All right. Yeah. Go. You want to make an assertion that he killed millions of people with vaccines.
He didn't
You
kill
have to
millions of people.
demonstrate. You calling it a genocide. That's an eradication, systematic and intentional eradication of people. No, there was no fucking. This is this thing that you speak of. All right. Like it's a mockery of the actual genocides that go on around the world as people are slowly killed. All right. It's you don't like Bill Gates.
He
I
doesn't.
get it.
He's an evil master. He's an evil.
Yeah, what did he do
master.
that's so evil exactly? Throw away the new pop society thing
The
that you
what?
said. The whatever bullshit that you're putting out about the vaccines killing people. But what was it he did before that that was so evil?
I don't know.
He didn't want to share a backdoor code with the United States government so he could protect your personal privacy.
Okay.
Okay. Um, that's when he started getting heat from the US government, when he wouldn't let them spy on you. Bill and Belinda Gates Foundation donates significant amounts of money to improving the world.
Yeah.
All right. They really do. All right. Um,
Still don't trust him.
he tries to warn society about oncoming problems. All right.
Still don't trust him.
Still don't trust him.
Don't
Okay.
trust him.
Yeah, but you trust Elon Musk, the confirmed stock manipulator.
Don't trust him either.
All right. Well, I can go with that. All right. All right. So there's a thing here called that's mentioned this Adam Cadmon. Sounds like an interesting fellow, this Adam Cadmon. And a primordial man, also called Adam Elion or Adam Loyola, the supreme man, sometimes abbreviated as AK, is the first of the four worlds that came into being after the contraction of God's infinite light.
Hmm.
Adam Kadmon is not the same as the physical Adam Ha-Rishon.
Mm.
In Lurianic Kabbalah, the description of Adam Kadmon is anthropomorphic. Nonetheless, is divine light without a vessel, pure potential. In the human psyche, Adam Kadmon corresponds to Yakita, the collective essence of the soul. So this is conceptualizations of God and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Godhead and
Yeah.
they're just going off on spurgs.
So I have to learn a bunch of this stuff, and I'm not terribly interested in it. I'll be honest. And it's
Yeah.
like, uh-huh.
I
And then
feel like
as you go through the layers, you see these four angels over here, and it's like, I think that you made this up.
but it's like a video game. You got to keep going.
Yeah, it is like a video game that you got to keep going. In that I have to keep exploring this till I find like what it is. I believe in it. All right. I don't necessarily believe in the schizophrenic fucking OTO stuff that I've run into so far, though. You know what I mean? So,
I would have a very discerning eye to it.
yeah, because anything that these people put out is tainted.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah. And exegetical inquiry into the AL manuscript. What is the AL manuscript? Let's go and ask the Weird Mason site.
Oh yeah, because that's not creepy at all.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah,
here.
okay.
They got. Hey, did you know though they're driving around in weird vans and giving out free candy? Did you know that?
Really? What kind of
Yep,
candy?
Snickers, the only kind.
Aw. An evangelical inquiry into the AL manuscript.
Oh
Okay.
God. See, just by that title alone, I wouldn't even
Crowley,
read the rest of it.
Crowley is stating in this note two very important things.
I'd be kicking my
Deleted.
own ass right now.
Deleted. Uh,
To delete, just delete
deleted.
it. Just delete it.
All right, like there's the ritual to summon the guardian angel, right?
Yeah.
Crowley's like, I revised it, and it's not 4 months to 18 months. Now you can get it done in like just 2 weeks with my mail order magic course.
So what you're saying is he himself has become a televangelist. Got it. So now he's selling out.
Yeah,
got it.
he also put out. This was told to me when I was a child by a strange person that was into the occult. And he said, he's a very strange person, and he said to me, he goes, "Don't read anything by Aleister Crowley. He would take things that were supposed to be summoning angels, and he would alter the spells to tell people to summon a demon instead."
Oh, that's nice. That's real nice.
Yeah, it's just like, I would like to get my money back on this purchase.
Do you guys have a customer service department? Because I really like to get my refund.
Yeah, really,
I got this weird red guy standing in my living room right now. I'm not really sure on how to handle this situation. Do you guys have extra dimensional insurance right now, just in case this happens? Because this isn't quite the thing I wanted to happen. So about that. How do I uncast the spell, or how do I do something about this?
How do I counterspell this? Can I say
counterspell. Yeah.
Counterspell that. It's like that counterspell's in D&D. Counterspell's cast by another wizard fucking up your day. It's one of the spells Magi does. Well, you're welcome, George. Yeah. Get out.
Well,
so the Crowley would go and sham people and sell them. It's like, this isn't a protection spell. I got herpes.
Actually, it was the government that gave you herpes. I have the protection spell, so you need to get the other spell to stop that. So come back to me. You can trust me.
So he introduced all these people into this like weird esoterica, and then he baked it in with his like own weirdness. Okay. And apparently, for you, like, you start reading into it, and it's like, this man was just a giant closet homosexual. I feel really bad for his wife.
But in a way, what you're telling me right now is he was a hell of a salesman.
But he was a hell of a salesman.
Literally and figuratively.
What did he do? He got a bunch of people damned.
I mean, he sold it. He did. I sound like it.
But you go to beat the guy. He's like, yes, I've climbed mountains all the way around the world. And it's like, well, that make you a little rich bitch that's got a lot of daddy's money to spend.
But he's a hell of a salesman.
Fucking a bunch of people's damned and everything else. So Crowley's contamination of that entire thing is interesting in that he was against these people or he was for them. I'm not even sure.
Yeah.
It's What side is this guy on
You don't even
from
know.
Aquino? What was his goal?
Oh, I mean, Crowley was in kindergarten
Compared to these guys?
yeah, compared to these guys. The whole site, Crowley was like your basement pastor preaching the word. Aquino's the televangelist on TV, telling people, broadcasting that and putting it in people's minds.
Great.
So,
well,
probably to scale it.
Did he bring me 9 Inch Nails and Marilyn Manson? Because those were really some of my favorite bands. Now, whoever
Marilyn
brought
Manson is fucked up.
His first album was amazing.
But he's fucked up.
Yeah, he's a loser. Yeah, back in the day, there were tons of 16 and 17-year-old girls that would throw themselves at that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hard. I wouldn't have been able to say no. I would probably be taking it a very hello, hi there, public meeting. I'm trying to say no to these 16-year-old girls. Why are you letting them out to my concerts? Where are their parents? Where is your mom?
Their parents are just as stuck in their phone as they are.
Their parents were their parents were probably going through their own shit. So the first albums that Manson was putting out were organically created. They were part of the South Florida hate rock movement, and there was a lot of white supremacists in the area and stuff like that. But he was, and the original guitarist.
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah, the original guitarist from the band was actually the guy who wrote all the albums and was a real genius. And they had a depth and analysis of things and a discussion on certain aspects of right-wing culture and stuff that were legitimate indictments. And then that guy left the band halfway through their second album or third album. And this is like South Florida War. And Manson never had a good album after that.
There we go.
So,
there's some South Florida lore.
Congratulations, you become rich, you become powerful, you lost your best friend, and you'll never make a good album ever again. Ooh, that must have sucked. It's like, enjoy doing covers of other people's good stuff. Everybody likes Tainted Love.
But everybody likes it more when it's a cover.
Yeah, no, the original one nobody enjoys. Soft Cell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to hear dirty lyrics? Listen to Soft Cell. Soft Cell had a song called Sex Work.
Just dirty.
Isn't it nice? Sugar and spice, luring disco dollies to a life of vice.
Doesn't sound bad at all.
Yeah. So Soft Cell was like this weird English. I'm like, are these kids gay or Jewish? Or both?
Oh, jeez.
And so this band like produced a lot of songs that you might have heard and that Manson totally rips off. And then that was his career, doing covers.
How does he feel being Michael Bolton, with the Michael Bolton of dark rock? Jeez.
And then he was out performing for a live studio audience when a cross fell upon him on stage, like 500 pounds of irony.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Gee.
Mm-hmm. And after he had his spine broken and developed it very quickly, a substance abuse habit. And everybody began to see him as the fat, ugly, balding nerd. He had a coming to God moment and went and recorded something with Kanye. Kanye 2024.
Yeah. Yeah. He's our guy.
Why not?
I know. By this point, we might as well.
He's made billions of dollars off of marketing to his people.
He is a master. He's basically just he is Trump.
Mm-hmm. Except successful. Not Trump got where he was because Trump was born to a rich family.
Well, yeah.
Kanye West fought to get where he is at.
Yep. But he's also crazy.
Mm-hmm. He's a genius.
Which makes it kind of, well, that's their mad genius aspect going on again.
Mm-hmm.
He was also married to Kardashian, so I mean that turned one of the world's greatest athletes into a woman, so imagine what it did to Kanye.
Imagine that guy was probably gay to begin with.
I'm not going to even speculate on any of that because she's a brave and stunning woman, so we shouldn't even say that. But yeah,
that rich, privileged person coming out did a lot for their community, and also demonstrated that when you have money, you can do whatever you want.
So lo and beholds, the eternal question or answer to that question: when you have money and you're that rich, doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Why be a Roman emperor that marries your horse?
Doesn't matter. So doesn't just matter. Do it. Just doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna care. Like nobody's gonna care.
No one cares.
Like you want all this coverage, you want all this attention. You think you're gonna be relevant in like 3 months from now? Teenage girls are not gonna care. Because that's who consumes all that anyway.
Teenage girls might have faith in the future for this generation of teenage girls. They can take a collective class and bully somebody into destroying their life.
Well, I mean this is also true. It's that pack mentality is pretty vicious.
Oh my God, the greatest weapon of mass destruction created in the 21st century.
It's not anything.
Movements of teenage girls.
It's just gonna destroy. Seek and destroy.
The precision and cruelty of a young lady's mind.
And everybody thinks that that Putin's a dictator. Well, Putin's got nothing on a pack of wild teenage girls.
Girls gone wild.
They would.
Who wants to be in a Me Too movement in 20 years for my video?
Yep. They would destroy him in 20 minutes. They would just be like, you know what? We're gonna learn Russian. Well, today at CNN, we'd like to report that Vladimir Putin has committed suicide because he was heavily ridiculed by American teenage girls. So we don't have a story anymore. We're just gonna fold the network now. Thanks, Thanks, ladies.
Enjoy these perpetual episodes of Gilligan's Island
on CNN. The Clinton News Network.
Oh my gosh. It's like, why doesn't anybody talk about Bill Clinton was smuggling drugs? There's somebody was complaining about Ron DeSantis being cruel to the gays. And I'm like, he's helped facilitate drug running out of Florida using like the CIA and Southern Command and stuff, right? I'd be more mad about that. It's fucked up, right?
You got to be worried about all the other political issues that have nothing to do with society.
Done. Hey, listen, I gotta go. We've done like 4 hours of this shit.
Yeah, man. We really riffed. We riffed pretty hard too.
We whiffed. We had 6 viewers. 6.
I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm popular.
We're not.
Then again, I'm also not a teenage girl, so sorry.
I'm gonna take Russia. Anyway, see you later. Bye.
До свидания.